Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Good morning and welcome to this place, the Texas Gulf Coast, and the location is the clue to the different twists this weekend on Bassmaster Live. This is the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. We are trading bass this week for another hard-fighting, much sought-after sport fish. And this is the second year for this terrific championship. Some of the best in the business will be out there today, and some of your favorite bass anglers are going to be in the mix as well. Let's take a look at our playing field right here, and for that we bring in the winning saltwater tournament captain in America, Captain Rick Murphy, and we have got a spectacular place with our headquarters at Port Aransas.
Yes, we certainly do. It's great to be back here in the studio with you and Ronnie, Tommy, and I'm going to tell you, to the south we go down into the lower Laguna Madre. Bird Island is about to cut off down there, and I want to tell you there's a lot of great habitat south of Corpus Christi Bay. The wind yesterday played into their advantage in a real big way, made a nice southeast wind, and it allowed these guys to blow across some of those bays and cover a lot of territory. And then to the north of Port Aransas Pass, we go as far north as the Port O'Connor Jetty, 55 plus miles for the boys that want to run north. And again, got lots of good marshes to the west of the Intercoastal Waterway, and then you got the beautiful Gulf of Mexico that dumps in through the jetties there at Port O'Connell.
What a terrific place. It's a most productive playing field that we are on today. Can't wait to get you out there. We're right before the takeoff right now. Let's run down our TH Marine rules of the game. 10 two-person teams fishing for the full 3 days. Every team fishes all 3 days. Your limit is 2 redfish per day. These redfish must be within the 20 to 28-inch slot limit. You are looking for the heaviest fish that fits in that slot limit. The weights carry over day to day, and the heaviest 3-day total wins. And it's $75,000, the first place prize for the winning team, up from $50,000 last year. So we're gaining some momentum here in Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup competition. There is your leaderboard. After the weigh-in on day number 1, Eddie Adams and Sean O'Connell of Louisiana taking over the top spot with an eye-popping day, 16 pounds and 10 ounces. Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldane are our defending champions. A great day for them as well. In fact, ahead of their schedule that they were on last year. So very hopeful for those two guys. Bernie White and Dwayne Mills, also a professional redfish team, in there in 3rd place with an impressive 14 pounds. And there you see all the way down into 10th place here. And we've got 2 different kind of teams out there. We might take this opportunity to explain how we've made up these teams. We welcome you. Good Saturday morning to you, and welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, presented by Marathon. It's Redfish today, so don't forget that. There's Captain Rick. Ronnie Moore is with us as well, and we do have 2 kinds of teams. We got professional redfish teams who qualified through their respective trails to get here, and another kind of team called an all-star team.
Yeah, we kind of have an all-star team for this exhibition, and it's pro anglers no matter where you look, whether they're redfish charter captains or pro redfish anglers and Bassmaster Elite Series pros. And the anglers that fish for the Bassmaster Elite Series have said there's a little bit of a cross, so some very good similarities between redfish and bass fishing. So with 5 of the teams being the all-star duos and then 5 of the teams being redfish pros, you know it's going to be a flip-flop. You look at our top 4, 2 of them are the dual teams and 2 of them are the redfish pros. So we'll see who comes out on top at the end of the 3 days.
Yeah, Captain Rick, it was one of the all-star teams that won it last time around, and today, as it stands right now, but with just 1 day under our belt, we got one of our pro redfish teams on the top. That's what we want. We want some competition between these two hybrids.
And boy, I got to tell you, these guys certainly have brought it. You know, Tommy, the thing that comes to my mind when I think about this is it really pissed off the professional redfish guys last year that a dual team, you know, a bass and a fishing guide, ended up taking home the cup. But I'm going to tell you, it's neat to see in the top 4 teams. Kevin Aiken, obviously, he's in 4th place right now. He's a local favorite. He lives in Corpus Christi. This dude knows, you know, where they live. He didn't really catch, you know, I know a lot of the guys felt like 14 pounds a day would be the goal. And we got 2 teams that are over that, but we also have 2 teams that are right at that. And it's a 3-day event. I'm going to say it a lot probably in the next 2 days. There's keys here. You have to find them. You got to catch them, and you got to keep them alive and weigh them in. And that's a key part of the ingredients. And with having windy conditions, you know what? Something can go bad.
Yep, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what went down yesterday out on the water. We talked about our leading team after day number 1, Eddie Adams and Sean O'Connell, 2 residents of the New Orleans area, Mandeville and Metairie, who are the number 1 qualifiers from the Texas Redfish Trail. These guys have got a ton of experience, a great resume.
Maybe.
And I'm going to tell you one thing that comes to mind here, guys. In Texas, one of the things that the guys like to do is they like to let the wind blow them across these deep areas, these deep bays. O'Connell and Adams are fishing in 5 to 6 feet of water. A lot of the teams are fishing much shallower than that. And as you can tell, they've got the trolling motor up. They're using a wind sock to allow them to blow across these deeper bays to make sure that they can drift as slow as possible, not to drift through the areas. But you can see they're throwing soft plastics on chatterbaits or on jig heads. Adams is a king at throwing a jig head with a soft plastic with a chartreuse tail. He likes black, he likes purple. You know, they're both from Louisiana, and they are really good at what they do.
And we talked about it, these dual teams. Everyone in this event, Tommy, the 20 anglers, they're all pros and they're all very accoladed, decorated anglers. But the duo of Adams and O'Connell, over 35 wins together, or total, is huge. But speaking of wins, our defending champions last year, Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldane, that all-star team you mentioned, Tommy, they said, hey, if we can catch 14 to 15 pounds again to start the event, we'd be on the right page. They're over that mark yesterday, and they're in second place. They probably thought they'd be leading.
You know, and they brought something last year. Zaldane brought big swim baits to the game last year, as well as introducing a swim bait trailer on a chatterbait. Before last year, most of the guys threw a vibrating type of lures, which was essentially a gold spoon, half ounce and a quarter ounce are the most popular size. And what we've learned is that chatterbait with a paddle tail swim bait on the back of it allows you to swim it through these potholes at a much slower rate. And guess what? That's proven to be catching some really big fish. Well, I've always said, Tommy, you want to catch a big fish, you got to have a big bait. It eliminates a small fish from biting it, and it seems to be working very well for these two.
Really is something to watch this team in action. You talk about a high energy, high adrenaline team right here. The chatter in the boat is something that is nonstop. These guys are constantly communicating, and it's almost on the verge of chaos sometimes. The movement around the boat is so fast. The decision making is so quick. It's you got to pay attention to keep up with these two.
That's one thing that's interesting is you do have all of these guys who are normally good on their own. To see them in a team format, that is huge this week. The top team obviously has fished together quite a bit. This team fished together last year, and they know they've already worked out all the kinks. Third place as well has fished together. So, hey, it's good to have a common ground. It's good to know each other and know exactly what your teammate's going to be doing.
One thing you might note there, if you've been looking for someone using a landing net on Bassmaster Live all year long, this is the week that you're going to see it. That's pretty much a necessity out there with these big, hard-fighting redfish. Let's go to team number 3, Barney White and Dwayne Mills.
These guys, you know what, making noise, whether it's throwing a topwater plug or a popping cork with a soft plastic. He's fishing a scented bait, a fish bites, paddle tail underneath that cork, 12 inches of leader, working very well. He's got the scent, he's got the noise making. He has started off with an 8 1/4 pounder, put it in the well, and then they were able to cull throughout the day to end up with the weight that they have currently.
One thing that's interesting, Tommy, looking at the map when we did the Minn Kota unlock the bay of this playing field, when we look at that, 3 of our top 4 competitors were below and south of Port Aransas in the takeoff. Only out of our 10-team field, 3 of them were down there, and that's 3 of the top 4. This is the one team that's different, and they're doing something completely different than everyone who did run north.
You're absolutely right. You know, there's 70 miles between the south teams and these guys in difference. The other thing that I noticed is they're to the west of the Intercoastal Waterway. So now they're fishing in areas that are real marshy. They're also, that have that bay component. They're looking for mullet jumping, and it seems to be working very well for those guys.
Those are the Elite Redfish Series Team of the Year for 2022. Let's take a look at another team, which I think the consensus in the studio, these may be the dark horse guys. The local favorite, that's Aiken, Kevin Aiken, with Drew Cook, one of the standouts from the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You're absolutely right. And Aiken lives in Corpus Christi. So here's one of the challenges that he's going to be fighting, Ronnie and Tommy. He knows this is where he fishes every day. He knows more spots than probably all the teams put together, and that can really hurt you. He spent some time running when he would go from one spot to the next, and we wonder if that hurt him or helped him. So obviously we'll see how that's going to play out over the next 2 days. But you know what? He's the local favorite, and I think he's just one cast, one bite away from being right there in the top.
One big deal with this team, I feel, guys, is that Aiken knows the area so well, and the angler that he's paired with, he may not know Drew Cook well, but he's already learned Drew is one of the most proficient casters. He's a great sight fisherman as well. So I feel like this duo is buying their time with all the heavy winds they had yesterday and will have today. If they can be within a fish, a solid upgrade on Sunday for the final day, that sun comes out. Somebody like Drew Cook can add a key fish for this duo. When you only have 2 fish, you want to have a good equally yoked partnership. That is where Drew Cook can come in and help save the day on the final day.
And they got the job done yesterday. They set themselves up in a good position, 13-11, 4th place, certainly within striking distance of the top spot. Anything can happen, and it can happen very, very fast out here. Some good stuff on the way. That's a look at our top 4 teams to start day number 2 of the competition here at Port Aransas, and we can't wait. The guys probably just getting underway right now. It's still a little bit dark, and Rick, it might be a good time now for everyone who's not watched redfish tournament fishing before to explain the differences between bass and redfish. What makes this such a terrific sport fish for people loving this inshore type fishing?
All right, so let's talk a little bit about that. If you take a look at this big fish, this is the fish that these guys are going to be trying to catch, this size fish. Now let's remember, guys, when you look at the mouth of a redfish, what you're going to see is that this fish has big body, small mouth. So we have some of our teams that love to throw topwater plugs. This fish's mouth is underslung, so it's hard for him to actually catch a topwater plug. If you keep twitching it and don't panic, he'll usually get it. We're having a lot of grass right now in the ecosystem on the surface, so throwing treble hooks has been problematic for some of our teams. So one of our teams has switched to a single hook rig, but it doesn't change the fact that these big fish like to be in a certain depth of water. That 4 to 6 feet of water in some of those open bays where O'Connell and Adams are, you're going to see that these fish are more comfortable in that depth of water. Versus if you look at the redfish over in front of Ronnie, that's a 23 to 24 inch fish. That's a different body of water, and some of our teams are actually fishing shallower, and they're catching lots of fish of that size. Unfortunately, that's not going to get the job done, and this fish is much more comfortable in that deeper water. So we have to keep in mind when we're watching these teams out there on the water, let's try to dissect what the depth is, because they're putting themselves in the place where this big fish is really comfortable as our conditions change. You know, we had north wind today versus southeast wind, hard southeast wind yesterday. So we got to make sure we take advantage of that.
Well, I know you guys are going to break down the weather and the wind situation here in a little bit later this morning as we get ready for the fishing to begin. We've got guys getting ready to go out there, maybe some of them already underway. Once again, a look at our leaderboard after day number 1. The team of Eddie Adams and Sean O'Donnell, 2 50-year-old, extremely experienced, extremely decorated redfish tournament trail anglers with 16 pounds and 10 ounces. Our defending champions right behind. What a great story. Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldane. We'll be right back.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is sponsored by Humminbird, Yamaha, and by TH Marine.
Good Saturday morning and welcome to you. We're coming to you from the Texas Gulf Coast. As you can tell, this is a little bit different. This is not bass fishing this time around. This is redfish in a very top level competition among great redfish anglers. Beautiful shot, the sunrise there, the Gulf Coast and Port Aransas, Texas, and all those environments inside the Laguna Madre. Here's some shots from the weigh-in yesterday. There's the 10th place team right there, Scott Martin. Brent Roy, and Wes Logan, the team of Logan and Roy. Wes Logan from the Elite Series. Cincy and Kennedy, the only other team besides our defending champions to re-qualify this year, having a little bit of a tough go of it in 8th place. We got Brandon Polnick, our Elite Series AOY Angler of the Year, fishing with Michael Goodwine from the Tampa area. Taylor and Moore, World Series redfish champions right there from the Tampa area also. 11 pounds and 15 ounces, also 11 pounds, 15 ounces for this team right here. Gary Marino and Bo Favre, and just these fish are beautiful, they're great, and these guys found the right ones. That's what it's all about.
Yes, they did. Absolutely, Tommy. You know, Favre and Aiken, he's our local favorite. We talked about it a little bit. We got White and Mills. This is a team that went way to the north, and they fished west of the Intercoastal, more in the bayous and all the little areas. And then you have our defending champions, Rickard and Zaldane, still fishing the same exact place. They have 4 days of great tournament fishing out of that place. It's really proven. And then Adams and Sean O'Connell, these guys have 35 combined wins to really make it a tough team to beat.
Tommy, looking at that leaderboard, there's obviously 4 teams right there within 3 pounds. We saw huge fluctuations on day 2 of this event. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We were talking about that, Captain Rick. We saw huge fluctuations last year. Guys who were in 8th or 9th place on the final day caught the biggest bag of the tournament, move up into 2nd place. If only they had done a little better. We could see some of that today as well because of the mix-ups and the switch-ups. We mentioned it. This is looking at the map of Port Aransas and this whole entire Laguna Madre, that whole pass that we have, about 85 to 90 miles north and south combined for these teams. And you talked about wind yesterday. Wind was key, and because of the storms that came through the entire United States, the central part last night, the wind switched up from yesterday to today. Yesterday, coming straight from the south, and that did something important for these teams.
Yeah, that southeast wind, what it did is it allowed the guys that are south of Aransas Ship Channel, that blows the water out. And you have to keep that in mind. That a lot of teams don't run trolling motors. What they'll do is they just let that wind blow them across these big bays. And once they get to where I think they're out of the fish, maybe a little deeper than normal, they'll turn around, run the big motor, reset, and to make another 2-mile drift, throwing spoons, throwing jigs, throwing big soft paddle tail baits, and making a lot of noise and vibrations. But remember this, Ronnie, now we have the wind is going to have shifted, and everything to the north with a north wind now is going to blow the water out. It seems that the ship channel is the dividing line. So the guys that went to the north are guys that went all the way up Mills. That team could have low water today. It's going to blow the water out, versus the teams that were to the south that the water got shallower. Those teams are going to get a whole bunch of water with this north wind.
When you look at the green south wind, yesterday was 20 to 25 miles an hour. Today, a little lesser wind, but like you said, an opposite direction. Yesterday also, Captain Rick, the water stayed in some of these bays. You mentioned the water filled up in some areas, didn't leave, but it kept the tide back. Today, we could have a tide twice as fast, twice as strong, because it's shipping it out to the Gulf from the bayous and those marshes.
You're absolutely right. Tide is certainly, when we landed here on our pre-fish days on Wednesday and Tuesday, one of the things that the guys learned is as the volume increased, so did the depth of water. Brandon Polnick told me that it was 1.5 foot higher than what the tide on his GPS said it was going to be. 1.5 foot more than what they're expected to be fishing. You got to adjust.
Tommy, we're going to see these 10 teams try to adjust today. Those teams that may not have caught them yesterday are going to swing for the fences today. Your best 2 redfish. You can't leave anything out there if you want to be in contention on Sunday.
Well, we're very, very near to getting fishing started here. Some of our teams still awaiting the call to take off and get going out there, and it won't be long once they get on the water before we will have some fishing underway. Making adjustments. That was a story last year. A big cold front came through last year, halfway through the tournament, and changed things around. And Rick, I wanted to ask you, as we watch these teams getting ready to go, you know, when we cover bass fishing, you want to be where the redfish are, of course, but they can be here today, gone tomorrow. The bass can be, because of changes in conditions. Here, the water can be here today and gone tomorrow. What sort of stage are these redfish in? Do places replenish? We always worry about that in bass fishing. Do we consider redfish replenishing species in certain areas?
Well, you know, I think what happens more than anything, Tommy, is not that they leave the areas. Redfish pretty tough dude, and he doesn't like, I think sometimes he can be pretty lazy. They don't migrate like some of the pelagic species and whatnot. But what we did see yesterday, recapping a little bit, is that we had a really good bite. They had wind that was probably 15 miles an hour or less, somewhere maybe, let's say it's even less than 20 miles per hour. Guess what? Noontime, as this front approached, I can tell you that that wind increased. They had gusts yesterday in the 30+ mile an hour, and all the bites for everybody. The top teams after about 1 o'clock struggled. It became the struggle bus. That's one of Kevin Aiken's favorite things to say. And you know what? We didn't see as many fish being caught. But guess what? The one team that still was catching, and I'm concerned, Zaldane and Rickard were still fishing that same little zip code that they've been fishing last year and this year. And guess what? Did they burn through all their fish? They caught probably 20 or 30 fish and a lot of 7-pounders they threw back.
Well, as a matter of fact, we caught up with our defending champions right before we came on the air today. Here's what they had to say.
Here we go. We're about to start day 2. Captain Ryan and I just launched the boat about 30 minutes ago. The first thing we noticed, there was a little bit of rain in the, this morning's forecast, but more so that northeast wind is blowing this morning. And that is going to mess with a lot of these teams out here. And one thing that Ryan and I have got down, and we learned from last year, is that when that northeast wind blows like that, the fish absolutely reposition, just like in bass fishing. So we practice for those conditions, and we do have some areas that we could go to today that are fresh. That's the big thing. We're retying a couple of lures here, making some simple adjustments. We're sitting in second place. We love where we're at. We're ahead of our schedule. Yesterday's schedule was 14+ pounds. We had 15+ pounds. We're ahead of schedule. We're able to make those adjustments today based on the conditions. So the really cool thing is, out of the 5 or so spots that we have, we feel like we could win a tournament off of, we only touched 1 yesterday. So today, with that northeast wind, we're going to dip into our little piggy bank of spots and hopefully come in with another 15+ pounds, and that's what it's going to take.
Chris talked about being ahead of schedule. He means ahead of last year's schedule when they what they caught on each day last year. And of course, they had 17 pounds and 5 ounces on the final day. That was where they clinched the thing last year for sure.
And guess what? The wind last year on day 3 was a light northeast wind, and the wind today is supposed to lay as the day progresses. And you know what? This could be playing right into our boys' hands. Again, I can't emphasize it enough, Ronnie, is that did they burn through a lot of their fish on the first day? Time will tell.
You never know if you're going to need a 6 or a 6.5 pounder, especially when you have 2 almost 8 pounders in your live well. But yeah, they went through a couple 6 and a 6.5 pounders, playing a little bit of defense from nearest competitors and things like that. But they said they were unaffected by the wind. They'll just have to reposition on where these fish want to be. But you said a lot of these fish, they don't move because of structure. They move because of the mullet, and they're working together with that bait fish, which stirs up a lot of other forage that they eat. So we'll see who will prevail today with those wins, whether it's the marsh teams or those teams protected on that south side.
Let's take a look at yesterday's action from our 5th place team as it stands. We start today. This is Gary Marino and Beau Farr from Mississippi.
And they had their first fish yesterday, guys. For those of you who didn't get to see, was a 28.25-inch fish. They had to throw that fish back, but to me, that meant they were around the right size fish. And, they stuck with it. They pushed hard all day long, never slowed down, and certainly they're in contention.
One thing that we said coming into this event that a lot of anglers said, and we kind of maybe saw it in some of the team's performances, but they said it seems like it's going to be a little tougher this year. Maybe 14 and a half pounds will get it done per day. We saw 2 or 3 teams above that mark yesterday. We also saw 3 or 4 teams catch overs, something we did not see on day 1 last year. So maybe Aransas just says, hey, I'm going to show out. We're going to see some of the bigger ones as we go over to Taylor and Moore, 2 guys who are very familiar with each other and excited to try to get after it on day 2.
Absolutely. Tampa Bay area guys, they're representatives from the World Series of red fishing.
So they were fishing. One of the things they did yesterday is most of the time they were fishing wind-blown shorelines. when I'm looking at where they are at, I wonder what's going to happen with the north wind. Are those shorelines going to be in the lee now? Is that going to hurt them? Is it going to blow them off the shoreline? Only, again, time will tell. They had some really good fish yesterday as well.
11 pounds and 5 ounces after a little bit of a slow start for this team from the Gulf Coast of Florida. Another team from Florida, the Eastern Division of Florida, from the Jacksonville area. And of course, that's Chris Sensi. His partner, Chris Kennedy, is from New Orleans area originally, but these two compete over there in Florida most of the time.
So this is a team that had to re-qualify through the Power Pro Redfish series that they got going on there. They were the first team to strike blood yesterday. They caught a 4-pounder right off the bat, his first cast. And I wonder if that's the curse. It can't get any better when you catch a fish on the first cast. It's got to go downhill from there. They had a tough day yesterday, but they stuck with it. And then in the afternoon, they were one of the teams that was able to catch a few fish when nobody else was catching them.
And one thing that maybe would have contributed to their tougher day is their game plan was topwater. We saw them in the interviews on Thursday, and it was beautiful, calm. They wish they were out there fishing. It was probably going to be pristine conditions for what they were doing. Yesterday was a little hard to get that topwater by going. They saw some reveal themselves, did not hook them. But the ones they caught, they were solid ones, but they know now maybe adjust your baits, go subsurface lures, maybe save that topwater for Sunday.
You're right, Ronnie, and they were a very seasoned team. A fish blew up on the topwater on Chris Sensei's fish, and Kennedy threw right in there behind him with a Slayer Inc. paddle tail and 1/4 ounce jig head, and was able to catch that fish that got excited and did not get hooked on the top water. They did that a few times yesterday.
Let's go from Sensi and Kennedy. They actually had a good tournament last year till the final day. They said they kind of zigged and the fish zagged, and it kind of fell apart on the final day, hoping for a better result this time around. How about this team? Jonathan Willis, the Pensacola, Florida guy. A lot of, not much tournament experience, but a lot of time on the water redfishing. Up with Scott Martin, a 22-year-old veteran pro bass angler. His 3rd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You know, even though they're in 10th place, the one thing that came to mind is that they're not fishing. I mean, they were in visual sight of Zaldane and Rickard. So one little adjustment here, one little adjustment there, and now all of a sudden they could be throwing back 7-pounders like Rickard and Zaldane were doing, hiding behind the console so that Scott Martin and Willis didn't see them catching and releasing fish that they could have certainly used.
We saw them yesterday, Tommy, out in open water, oftentimes also way up in here. They kind of tried everything, and they said they were well pleased. They caught fish everywhere they went, and they caught, you know, numbers, but you can't always control the size. You hope it's 20 to 28, but if you catch 5 22s, they don't necessarily help you like the 28s do, but it's just luck of the draw at times. These guys now can adjust, but we saw that a 9th place team last year had 2 9-pound-plus fish. We're able to make a huge comeback. If they can do some good work today, they'll still be in shooting range tomorrow.
The hard reality is 7:15 on the first day. That gives you a big mountain to climb. Something dramatic's got to happen in 2 days here, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, what these guys need to do is they need to certainly adjust the depth of water. Just like we said at the top of the show, they're fishing in some shallow areas, a lot of potholes, and guess what? I think, in my opinion, they're fishing in depth of water where there's going to be a lot of 23 and 24-inch fish. This is what they caught. They're going to have to adjust, go a little deeper, get in that area where, you know, a 27 or even 28 or 29-inch fish live. If you catch an oversized that's just barely oversized, you're in the right depth of water for a big fish.
I'll put it plainly, Tommy. 715 was their 2-fish weight. They can't have a single fish under 715 the rest of the tournament. They have to have all 8s.
That's the great. That is the bottom line right there. Adams and O'Connell with the lead as we start day number 2. Later today, start Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday on Fox. As quarterback Max Duggan leads the high-scoring attack of number 7, TCU, into a Lone Star showdown with Texas Tech. It all kicks off at noon Eastern on Fox. We got Texas sports all coming at you from all directions today. It's a great, great day to be watching what's going on here in the Lone Star State. We are just about to get our anglers out to their spots, get set up to fish here in the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship at day number 2 of 3 days of competition. If you've not watched people fishing for this terrific sport fish, you are in for a treat today. It is exciting. It's a big fighting fish that makes a lot of noise out there. So, good Saturday morning. Welcome to all of you here. And Rick, this is an important tournament. This is for the redfish, the pro redfish guys. They have worked hard to get here and fish in this format.
You are 100% right, Tommy. And I'm going to tell you, the thing that really comes to mind is that these guys treat this as the Super Bowl of redfishing. You know, you can either qualify or your invitation. And to get an invite to be able to come fish for the Redfish Cup, and now $100,000 in purse being paid out, $75,000 for the first place. I mean, that's a big deal. You know, and that's a game changer for some of these guys. You know, if they come in and they win this, it's certainly going to be able to have a huge creds in regards to exactly what they have in their resume. You know, let's talk a little bit about how they have to get here. Certainly, we're going to be fishing guys out of bay boats. A lot of times when you go to the Texas coast, you see shallow water running boats with giant towers. That evolved back in the early 2000s where we were up on platforms that are 20 feet above the deck. That's not part of this game. We're fishing out of bay boats that are anywhere from 22 feet to 24 or 25 feet long. But the key is that they can't be standing on a cooler. They have to be standing on the deck. They can't be on an elevated console. So that's all part of this game, which makes the playing field a lot better for all 10 teams.
Level.
You know, exactly. So, you know, with being able to fish out of the bay boats, I'm really happy for these guys because with the wind that they had yesterday in the afternoon and what some of the wind that they're going to be running this morning, it's a safety thing, you know what I mean? And so that's going to be really important. And when you have a V-bottom boat, it's going to eat up that chop when they're running that 30 to 70 miles, depending on which direction they're going. You know, so it can certainly be a game changer for them.
And you said this yesterday, Captain Rick, there are also some strategic ways that other people in other tournaments or other regions of the country can maybe expose some redfish and know where to go find them and catch them, but conservation-wise and protecting the fishery and these species of redfish, they also have implemented that in this tournament.
Yeah, there's no rupping, and rupping basically means, guys, reconnaissance under power. So you can't go and burn the edges of the flats and look for schools of redfish, whether it's in pre-fishing or whether it's in these tournament hours or tournament days. That's against our rules. We don't want to tear up any grass. We don't want to come to town and leave a bad impression with the locals and that we didn't do what's in the best interest of redfishing. So no more running and rodeoing fish and certainly spooking the schools of fish. Our job here is to make sure we slide in, don't affect the environment or the habitat, and do the best job we can to get those two big redfish back to the weigh.
All right, we're getting word now that we have our first team in position. Already starting to fish for redfish, not too far from Port A, our takeoff, our headquarters. It is the Florida team, Chris Sensi and Chris Kennedy. So let's get out to these two live, starting the day in 8th place.
Got a big old thing on the front of his boat.
Yeah, it looks like a duck boat, maybe.
Chris Kennedy hooked up.
Good fish. Good fish. Good fish.
Keep the net, it's in the floor?
I don't know. Where is it? Just
I
hang
just
tight.
told you where it's at.
It's in the floor? On the floor. Oh.
When I talked to these guys, they were catching some 8 and 9 pounders in their pre-fishing. It didn't work for them yesterday for whatever reason. They didn't catch one that big, but it doesn't mean they weren't around the right size fish and they just didn't get the bite. So,
No.
100% hookup ratio. Here we go. Must have just been grass.
so you see all that grass on that jig head?
Yeah,
Did you bend that thing weird? Is it weird contact?
that's fine.
Fish on, fish off.
By nature,
buried up.
a redfish, he wants to bury his head. He's a bottom feeder. His mouth is on the bottom of his face, and he wants to rub that jig out of his face, and that's probably what
That
happened.
did feel like a good one, too.
It's all right. I wonder how he missed it.
He didn't miss it. He had it on for a long time.
No, I mean, I just wonder how he came
I have
on.
no idea. I had pressure on him the whole time.
I know you did.
Wasn't even really head shaking, so
That's a good one, though. You know what I mean?
That's fishing.
Did you feel
I
him
can
hit, or did you see it go down?
no, I went to pop it and he pulled back.
So I can tell you, these guys are going to have to let that
That
go.
was a good one, so,
Because
you know, we got
Chris
a long day ahead of us.
Cincy says his weakness is he gets impatient, and Chris Kennedy says his weakness is anger and frustration. So he's going to have to let that go.
He just came unbuttoned. I don't even know why or how.
They have made an adjustment, Tommy.
They look deeper than
They are
did
deeper,
yesterday.
and they're using a popping cork with a scented shrimp on a 1/4 ounce jig head underneath. They didn't use that at all yesterday. Good adjustment.
Saw them real close to the bank at a couple of their locations yesterday.
These dudes another charter boat is what that is.
That north wind, it's cold. I'm gonna tell you, it's a pain in the tush to be fishing in all that rain gear.
Oh, yeah.
You feel like a snowman, you can't move, and maybe that had something to do with that fish getting off.
We do know that this place, Port A, one of the top 12 cities in America for wind.
Yeah.
So these fish are accustomed to changes in wind, Rick. But the anglers now, you want to be comfortable. And Tommy, they don't look comfortable.
No. What a place, though. Everything about Port A is all about sport fishing, and we are in the epicenter of red fishing in America right here, and we got plenty more on the way.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Early hours of day 2. It's Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, Port A. Some of our boats and others as well, going under the, I believe that's the JFK Memorial Bridge. We got anglers on the way. We just checked in with the team of Sensi and Kennedy. They are fishing already. We'll get back to them on short order here, but we've got 10 teams out there competing today, 2-man teams. Some of our teams are standing redfish teams fishing the major circuits throughout America who qualified through their great performance through the past year. We've also got some all-star teams, which are composed of an Elite Series angler, one of our Bassmaster Elite Series angler, and another prominent redfish guide or competitor.
You know, Tommy, I want to point out something to you there. If you see those white lines on the water, those are called windrows. Some of those actually have been caused by the boat wakes, but if you look underneath the bridge and to the left and to the right where the boats aren't running, those are called windrows. And anytime the wind is over 15 knots, those windrows start to develop. And the harder the wind blows, the tighter and the closer that those windrows get. So that'll be something that we might want to watch. You can see the windrows here on Kennedy and Sensi between the two of their bodies. You can see those little slick lines. So it's certainly blowing 20 or so where those guys are fishing.
Of course, big system passed through much of America last night, a big line front passing through.
I think it was, what is it, from Corpus Christi to Ohio, maybe even more north of that.
Fast moving frontal boundary. And
tornado, snow, and rain.
And what would a redfish cup be without a cold front and wind, switching wind?
I think we'd be disoriented.
You know, let's be realistic. It's going to play into some of the team's advantage because they love drifting with a windsock over to slow them down, but they certainly love to be constantly moving with no noise, and the wind allows them to cover lots of ground. We saw last year with one of our teams on day 2 or day 3 when the wind quit blowing. He didn't catch the fish that he had caught on the day before, and he said to me later on that he felt, well, he just wasn't able to cover the ground like he was the first 2 days prior. So that's a huge strategy for most of these teams, is to keep moving, don't use the trolling motor, don't make any noise, and just allow the wind to blow you across the miles and miles of shallow water that Texas has to offer.
So one thing we notice and we know about redfish is they like to gang up with their buddies and chase bait together. We always see them in groups of, 3 to 10 redfish, it seems, just cruising around. Is there ever a point, Captain Rick?
Nope, look at them drop. Boom, boom, 3 of them, 4 of them. We got 4 of them. Good shooting right there. 4 shots, 4 birds.
Keep an eye out for that as well. But is there ever a point where the redfish aren't just on the move, that they will stay on a point of grass or an area that these guys know to go back to?
Certainly the redfish are on the move, when they're much bigger fish. They'll come in and stage up on the jetties, but we're talking about a fish that's, 20 pounds, 15 pounds, a fish that's much bigger than this. When you have these fish that are really bay and estuary oriented, they don't travel very far. They may move a few hundred yards because the water got too shallow for their comfort, or maybe, in a southeast wind like we had yesterday, a lot of those little bays on the west side of the intercoastal, those bays flood. And the redfish haven't been able to get in there to feed on the fiddler crabs and the different types of crustaceans that live in those bays. So those redfish know, oh man, we got a big water today. We're gonna slide into some of those bays and estuaries that we normally wouldn't get to, or it's too shallow for that 28-inch fish, that 29-inch fish, the 27-inch fish to get in there. So they take advantage of that when those little marsh ponds flood. So it'll be interesting. Again, we have to constantly be reminded that north of Port Aransas, the wind today, because it's out of the north, is going to shallow up. The guys that are to the south of Port Aransas are going to actually get deeper water than what they had.
Watch our team still moving out under the bridge. They're going through a no-wake area, which explains why they're going at the speed that they are going. Right now, about a half mile from their spot. Let's take it out to our defending champions, Rickard and Zaldane.
About a half a mile from our starting spot here. We're just in an idle zone. We're gonna have to set up differently today because the wind's blowing the complete opposite direction.
That ain't the idle zone now.
Yeah, that's right.
They got that Yamaha mashed to the top of the console. I can tell you that throttle is down and they are on the roll. You know what, Chris said it, that they're gonna have to come in from a different direction than they did opposite of yesterday. So I expect, again, these guys are fishing in a little area that essentially they're running between little islands, but they're surrounded by islands in 360 degrees. I think that this is going to certainly help these guys, and they're gonna blow. They're gonna use there's those windrows that we were talking about, guys. So they're gonna get up on the north end of where the fish have been for them, and they're gonna blow down to it.
In like 35 to 37 minutes, I like what we see. I see a boat coming into our area right here. I'm not sure if this is one of our guys.
No, it's in the channel.
Okay, cool. But all these birds right here, for those of you waking up this morning, tuning in, when you have birds in an area, a saltwater area like this, that means there's little bait fish here. And when there's little bait fish, there's big redfish.
The overcast skies for these teams that love to sight fish gonna be problematic. There's gonna be a lot of blind fishing. They're gonna have to adjust, keep those vibrating type of lures. I think with the wind chop like it is, if they're gonna throw something top water, it needs to be a really big top water plug with 3 hooks.
Chris is ready, always ready.
Again, I don't know
Immediately up on the platform.
if the grass is going to allow them to fish with 3 treble hooks. So
Don't step over
time
here,
will
brother.
tell.
Okay, 1 second.
Starting in second place, this team, 15 pounds, 13 ounces yesterday. Good first day effort.
Captain Rick, this may not be an exact answer, but every single of our 100 Bassmaster Elite Series pros, no matter where we are in the country, has a bladed jig or a chatterbait tied on. Why was it just revealed to redfish anglers when they have a similar, they're fishing 0 to 6 feet of water where that bait thrives with aggressive feeding fish that chase bait fish and things like that? Why was it just kind of revealed over the last 2 years to redfish anglers when they have a lot of similar baits that do what that does, but not exactly that one?
Great question. And I'm going to tell you, saltwater guys, we're creatures of habit. And versus, realistically, a bass guys, you guys want to be on the forefront of trying everything new because you feel like maybe a bass has seen the same thing a million times. So you guys, anytime you get something new, you guys are really want to throw it and try it. And our guys, they want to stick. Yeah, they want to stick to the same old.
Yeah,
A gold spoon's been around.
This area is just there's big mullet everywhere, and a mullet's just a bait fish that's kind of slow, lingering. He likes to hang out and chill out with his buddies. He likes to jump in the air and show the anglers where they're hanging out. And shad never do that for us on the bass side, but those mullet, they like to almost play. And when you see these mullet jumping like that, it just really tells you where to cast your lure. And I'm throwing, 6 and 7 inch swim baits that look a lot like it. I'm throwing a kind of a Bass Mafia weedless swim bait here, and I got it rigged up with a 7/0 hook. The deal is there's grass all over the bottom there, so you got to keep it weedless. You got to keep it out of the grass, but off the surface. So there's a nice fine line there. 7.5 foot medium heavy rod, 30-pound braid, 7-to-1 gear ratio reel, and I just got that perfect cadence. And when a redfish bites this setup here, I mean, there's absolutely no question. Like, it's never, oh, was that a bite? Was that? No, they absolutely hammer it, unlike bass fishing. So we're just gonna cruise around. The big deal is using the wind to our advantage and taking it nice and slow, keeping the wind at our back, making really long casts across this flat. They can be anywhere on this flat. So him and I are gonna work tandem. I'll fish the left, he'll fish the right, but long casts are key this morning. A lot of boat traffic, dude.
Oh, there will be.
Zaldane was right, Tommy, in the fact that those mullet, the redfish get with those mullet because, one, they want to eat them,
So
but maybe some of those mullet are too big.
So Jake stood on the back the whole time.
But they also use a mullet as camouflage. And as a mullet swim over the top of the flats, guess what? They spook other things for redfish to eat. And that's absolutely how it works.
Well, we're getting, as you see, more and more of our teams have arrived at their starting positions and are fishing underway. We got Aiken, Cook underway, Marino and Favre, Cincy and Kennedy we've already visited with, and we saw Rickard and Zaldane with a pretty optimistic view of this spot here that's paid off so well for them. Will it pay off today? We'll find out later.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Of the Redfish Cup Championship from this sport fishing wonderland inside the massive barrier island that stretches from Galveston all the way down to the U.S.-Mexico border. The Laguna Madre, the mother lake, and that's going to be the place that sustains us today. Good red fishing on the way for you. Again, the second day of 3 days of fishing. Our Yamaha weather watch today, a high of 74 degrees, a low of 70. Northeast winds at 10 to 20 miles an hour, sort of in opposition to what was going on yesterday. Big changes. Tomorrow looks more favorable, higher temperature for our high, 80 degrees, low of 75, and the wind goes down all the way to 5 to 10 miles per hour. Should put these sight fishing aficionados back in the game, I think, Captain Rick.
You're absolutely right. Tommy, the one thing that you need to know is the north wind is a little chilly. And that cold wind could have a tendency to chill off the water, make it a little cooler. Remember that, 24 inches of water is going to cool off a lot faster than 5 to 6 feet of water. So those guys that are up there fishing shallow, it could help them or maybe hurt them. But tomorrow, you're gonna bring that humidity back with a southeast wind and it'll warm right back up. So we have to make sure we watch that.
There's the team of Aiken and Cook. Kevin Aiken, the local here, the local favorite, if there is one, and Drew Cook, the really top-tier guys on the Bassmaster Elite Series, former Rookie of the Year.
Obviously, these boys are drifting.
There he is.
And in some deep water. And trolling motor isn't even been put on the front yet.
Coming down with it, bub. Oh, Drew Cook's hooked up.
Kevin really
First fish of the morning.
talked
Little
about
better start.
how great Drew was in regards to casting.
Drew's got a redfish on here.
Drew's
I made my first cast back last, popped my jig off
Bassmaster
about
Elite Series
400
Pro,
feet.
but lives
like a
in
good one,
Florida.
too.
Oh, hey, you're good.
Right there.
You're good. We'll just wait till you calm down a sec.
Yeah, we got that anchor thing, drift
You're
anchor
good.
thing.
You're
now.
You're good. Easy. Come here, baby. Attaboy. That's the way to
There we
start the
go.
morning. That one will measure easy, Drew. I'll let you deal with them, all right? I'm gonna get the live well going. What'd you catch that thing on, Drew?
Old chatterbait.
Dang it, boy.
It had a big bite suicide chat or a kamikaze swim on, but
Nice.
got rid of it.
Smoked it.
he did.
That's a
smoke
decent
it
one right
too.
there, bub. We don't have to worry about measuring that one. He measures easy. I'll call him like 690. It's a good start.
Very nice.
So you can tell the guys are fishing in deep water and they're just letting the wind blow them along.
You'll need to measure that one, obviously, between the 20 and 28 inches and a good stocky fish. Good
Almost
start.
7-pounder, yeah.
We gotta get this water on this fish real quick. I knew my partner was gonna check in at some point. Just to let y'all know, this morning on the ride over, I might have to get on a diet. I broke the seat base on my seat. Not that it was rough. I don't blame it on the boat, but Drew said I gotta go make some laps this evening. You know, hey, like, bub, you might want to start running a little bit, like you're dragging. Hey, you know what? It is really fun. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm 48 years old, and I hate to admit it, but starting to feel it a little bit. Fishing with that 28-year-old right there, he brings you right back to 20 real quick. As hard as he fishes. He gets going on that chatterbait. It's gonna get real interesting real fast. Good job, Drew.
Thanks, sir.
You know, the thing is, you're gonna see it time and time, is that redfish wants to put that head down and just bulldog you to try to get that chatterbait, that jig head, whatever it is that's in his mouth. He wants to rub it off on the bottom, and they're the king right when you get them by the boat, diving underneath the boat. We saw it yesterday a lot. We're gonna see it again today, and makes it hard to net, that's for sure, Tommy.
Good start for Aiken and Cook there, although we all hate breaking furniture, don't we? We don't like that.
Yeah. Oh, it's so awesome that I know exactly how Kevin feels. You fish with a young guy. I get to fish with my son Ridge all the time, and man, it just puts a giddy up in your step because you don't want to be outfished by some, young
Punk
dude.
kid, yeah, exactly, yeah. that's
You
right.
said it, I
Yeah,
didn't.
Hey,
You said it,
I am the punk kid, so I've been called it. It's fine, it's fine.
Back to our defending champions, Chris Zaldane on the left. 8-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Ryan Rickard, more second place finishes than you can count, broke through last year right here.
There's a great example, Tommy and Ronnie. We talk about how they're fishing in an area that, by the most part, is surrounded and protected by no matter what the wind direction is.
Your Skeeter bird's eye view going to afford us some terrific views of a different angle on this place. You can see how the bottom opens up for us, and we can see what exactly these guys are fishing.
And Chris talked about looking for the mullet. How do you know where to start when you pull into a big bay like that?
Might be stuck, dude. See
And
them
what
out there?
they're looking
That's
for.
Scott. I know. I'm saying they might be stuck. It's shallower
That
than
is
yesterday, I
super
think.
shallow.
Yeah, that's really skinny there.
They're trying to expand on this is what they're trying to do.
Wow, that looks like they're stuck, dude.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
they're
they literally
super
look like they're
skinny.
stuck.
Yeah, that is real skinny right there. only on high water could you, and you're still scruffing on high water.
Right.
Move us forward a little bit.
Yep.
So they're looking for those mullet to give them the right depth. Those mullet are gonna be, or the
This is
redfish are gonna be
absolutely a
with the
spoon
mullet.
condition.
Yeah.
100%. This wind direction change.
Yeah, last year I think one of the
Your
bigger
first
one
one came on spoon
It
last year,
did.
day
This
2.
exact spoon, the exact same spoon.
The big one, right?
In the bug, yeah.
In the bug, yes.
Yeah, big spoon. It's just like a spinner bait with largemouth. It's cloudy and nasty. Getting in the zone.
Yeah, we're getting close for sure. I might pick up that watermelon, dude. Like, I mean, I'm feeling the spoon right now, big
Yeah,
time.
dude. Yeah.
You see
That
that broken
stack
bottom,
pipe
guys? That's where those redfish want to be.
Pothole right here. I'm on
They'll lay
grass.
in those potholes, having grass all around them. And then that pothole is just a little bit deeper than the grass itself, so they can kind of be laying a little bit deeper, and something swims over the top of them, boom, they're there to go ahead and snatch it. And as you can see, Tommy, there's those wind rows we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's 20 mile an hour's worth of wind, if not more.
Yeah, we're still not even quite there.
Okay.
You can tell these two are really comfortable around each other. You know, Chris will be on the right side of the boat and throw to the left, and without even saying anything, Ryan just slides over to the right. Now he's gonna fish his lure where Chris just fished his, because it's a different presentation.
Our defending champs trying to mount a campaign to repeat here in 2022, but there's a team that might object to that a little bit. They're our leaders after day number 1.
These guys fishing a lot deeper,
trout on that line.
5 to 6 feet of water.
The other line's way inside of him. And of course, he's way off. He's like right in the middle of the line. We're hauling it. Well, I'd actually be drifting good the way we are.
Yeah. There's fish.
Chris?
Yes. Get it quick, net, quick. Good fish, good fish. Gotcha. Real good one. I'll take that
Keep her though.
for a start.
Get in there. Yeah, I ain't gonna win.
I'll take it for a start. Not a huge one, but it's a start, and that's what we wanted. Just get a little.
Watch out. Put some water in the wheel.
One more of those, and you know what we call that, Tommy? An attention getter.
Also a limit.
Yeah.
These saltwater fish, man. They.
Sean O'Connell there.
And it'll almost guarantee them, guys, if they did have a
Yeah, he just came off my hook.
if they had a 13-pound day today, they're in it to win it tomorrow. Like they have a great shot.
I'll get the fish.
That's kind of their floor.
Put 'em
You know,
in the
with the
well,
top 4 all having 13.
Take it.
I don't know where the boat is at.
That one again not requiring measurement, obviously between 20 and 28 inch slot limit.
Huh?
I don't have a boga. Mine's gone.
Yours ain't going. It's somewhere in there.
We are underway. Get halfway to a limit with one fish here, but the struggle continues all day long, constantly trying to upgrade. Adams and O'Connell, our leaders, keeping the mojo going there, 22 pounds and 2 ounces. They're one of their 2 fish that they will be allotted for today in the boat already. May not want to keep him all day. Aiken and Cook right behind with a single fish as well. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Still in the first hour of actual fishing here at day 2, the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship from fantastic Port Aransas, Texas. This great playing field that we have here. Let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. 2 teams on the board with a keeper. Our leaders, Adams and O'Connell. And there, Aiken and Cook as well. So a couple of teams that had good, solid day number 1, the best of all, in the case of Eddie Adams and Sean O'Connell. So we got it's on. We're going to get it going here, and things should pick up as we go a little further today. Seemed to pick up yesterday when we got a little more sunshine, Rick. It seemed to look better, and the fish got bigger and more frequent.
You're 100% right, Tommy. You know, yesterday when the wind came, started to blow a little, but anytime that the sun came out, it was like the fish bit. And I don't know if it's because it warmed up the surface temperatures or they were able to see the lures that the guys were throwing. Don't know why it happened that way, but it seemed like when we went to a team that was in the sun, boom, they were catching them.
All right, well, let's get with our guy, Dave Mercer. We saw him with the weigh-in footage that we've shown you so far this morning. Great to have Dave down there, our host for MC for all the Bassmaster Elite Series events, the Classic as well. And Dave, you finished your launch duties today. You've gotten everyone out on the water. What's on your mind? What have you seen so far and heard?
Well, in my typical great television timing, moments ago there was lots of boats heading out here to go fishing, but it was just kind of an example of how different this location is to any location we go, obviously, with the Bassmaster Elite Series. It is a Saturday morning, and the sun is just breaking through the clouds here. A little rain in the area, but it was just hustle bustle around the dock this morning, not just with our guys, but with families heading out fishing, and it's good to see that. But the one thing that stands out to me with the Elite Series guys especially, they are not real good at playing co-pilot. If you watch them, and even talk to them on dock this morning, it's almost like they don't know what to do with their hands. Because generally, you talk to a Wes Logan or something, and he'll give you a quick answer of like, this is what I'm going to do, this is where the fish are going to do. But for them to play kind of the submissive role in this team is not something they're very comfortable with. And I think it's something you're going to see with adjustments here today. Teams obviously like Zaldane and Rickard, and obviously our leaders, Adams and O'Connell, that have a lot of time in the boat together. I think you're going to see that start to shine. I mean, not only is it top the leaderboard, but it's really going to pay off because the angler's obviously going to have to do some adjusting today with the conditions. Windy again, but from a totally different direction.
We hardly ever, just almost never get team competition in the not never on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We have it in college once in a while, and it is a totally different dynamic. These guys sort of have to forge something. I mean, these are not, half of our teams are not long alliances. They're still trying to remember what each other's name is, right?
Yeah, and when you take into account they're also doing something totally different than they're used to, I mean, there's a lot of adjustments that have to be made there. And I think we saw it last year with Zaldane and Rickard and how well they kind of meshed and how well they communicate. I mean, Chris Zaldane, one of the best communicators in professional fishing. I mean, not only will he tell you what he's fishing, but he'll tell you what's on the sandwich he is eating. But you listen to how often they're communicating. The fish is going to be on this side of the boat. It's going to be that side of the boat, or how they're fighting the fish or moving through an area. Communication is going to be key. And I'm really hoping, personally, I hope we get a dust-up today. I mean, I think one of our teams should just get into a fight and drop them and have a dust-up. Let's turn this tournament into a hockey.
I think there's definitely always potential for something like that. Dave, a lot of these redfish anglers will brag on their elite partners, saying how good they are, and one of them went so far as to say they're so good because they fish such pressured places all year long. What's the pressure like down there? I mean, is it anything like these lakes we visit with the Elite Series?
There is a lot of pressure, but I mean, this is the off season down here. I think that the pressure would be all so much more, but we will see more pressure today. Like when I told you about all the boats that I saw heading out here, there is a ton of anglers going fun fishing today. So while our anglers may not have seen a lot of pressure on their spots, I don't think it's anything like a Lake Gunnersville or anything like that. There's just, I mean, it's the ocean. You got a lot more water to fish from. People get spread out. And it's also, it seems it's not as precise so far. You know what I mean? Where you will see somebody in a bass tournament where they have to be on a point that is literally the size, they could catch all their fish from a spot that is the size of the front deck of their boat. Our anglers, for the most part, are covering bigger drifts and the fish are spread out. So I think the pressure's a little less. But the pressure's on for some of them. I mean, Scott Martin was miserable at weigh-in. He did not like weighing in what he weighed in. And Wes Logan's partner could not believe how many times Wes Logan cast a chatterbait. He said, I've never seen a dude stick with one bait and throw it relentlessly over and over and over again. But it's what they're used to doing. There's no off time on the Elite Series and obviously here at the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship.
Great point, Dave. Thanks. Great stuff as always. What's going on down there in Port A is very important to us, and the whole atmosphere there is just so fishing friendly, fish centric, I guess, if you wanted to coin a phrase.
You know, Tommy, Texas is #2 in the nation for registered boats and anglers.
Number 2, really?
To Florida being #1. So, I mean, they got a lot of people fish, you know.
And it's Saturday on top of all that.
Correct.
On a popping cord. That little drain that comes back there.
Boy, they are
Got it?
in some beautiful places.
I thought I seen that sucker out there. Bunch of them. He ain't big though. I seen some commotion going on right there. Come on. I don't know what he is. He's gonna go in the well, I can tell you that. That's all that matters. He knows now. He knows he's hooked. He knows now. Pin me against the boat. Might be better than what I'm thinking, Gary. He's definitely better than what I'm thinking. Definitely better. Yes. I thought he was a 20-incher. Yeah, put it straight. Let's go straight. You good? I got it. Yeah. Be watching for them boils out in the middle. That's what I saw. Big mud boil and kind of like a little swirl.
So what he's talking about mud boils, guys, is the fish will move and his tail will make a little blow up in the water, and that
6.5.
nice fish.
26.5.
Good slot fish, yeah.
And I'm going to tell you,
these today, I can promise you.
Favre has picked some beautiful estuaries to fish in. It doesn't seem to, again, if it feels good to us, it feels good to them. And man, look how pretty that looks. They're not even in their jackets anymore.
The team with 11.5 yesterday could have been a whole lot better. They were a half inch away from being way more than that. They had to let one go that was just barely over the limit that was a giant.
When we saw yesterday, White and Mills did the same kind of area, same kind of thing as those guys were, and they had a top 4 day. So maybe Favre, and then they know they're just outside of that range. Maybe today they can make an improvement.
Yep.
Taylor and Moore from west coast of Florida are Redfish World Series qualifiers. Also 11.5 yesterday.
Oh boy, take care with him. All right, My boy Cope.
Cope one more. Catching that redfish. As all appearances, he's going to make that 20-inch length limit there. They had a slow start yesterday.
Yeah, the last team to get on the board, but they jumped over some of the teams who had one redfish, and they filled their limit after they got started. It was pretty quick, but it was a slow start for them, and they're still sitting mid-pack, Rick. Good day today, great day tomorrow, and they're right in the thick of that $75,000 top prize, possibly.
Make sure it's 20. Yeah.
21 and a quarter. You know, we've always say, get two in the well. You've got, the boat relaxes a little bit and things start to happen.
We got 4 teams who are halfway to that goal, as you can see right now. This is our Bass Track, or unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Nothing's official till we get to the weigh-in. That's much, much later today. So much great fishing on the way. Thanks for being with us here, Texas Gulf Coast, and we've got more coming up next. Well, tomorrow on Fox, we've got a full slate of NFL action highlighted by Seahawks Cardinals. Check for the game in your area. Then on November 13th, it's one of the games of the year in the NFC as historic rivals square off in Lambeau when the Cowboys take on the Packers. Only on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
You know, Tommy, we end tomorrow right before that 4 p.m. slot for the NFL, and I had them flex my Cardinals to the 4 o'clock game so I can watch it. You know, so I can watch the demise of the season, or maybe the uptick in production. Who knows?
I knew you were going to chime in about the Cardinals. How did I know that? How did I? Ronnie Moore, Cardinal fan number 1.
SOS. That was just kind of a plead for help there.
Back out to our leaders. Eddie Adams and Sean O'Connell.
At a real one? No. Trout.
I already have 1 6-pounder.
Speck of trout.
Yep. We were catching plenty of these yesterday, so it can't be that bad of a sign.
You think a Cajun knows about catching redfish and trout, Buck?
Life on a flat, man.
Come on, baby.
Some of the biggest speckled trout I've ever seen in my life yesterday.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That's a rip.
That's what I'm talking about.
Foul post, huh? I don't think it's a real big one, but he's a redfish.
I'll take it. That's too early. Get too early, takes the jitters away.
Ain't too bad.
It's not bad. I think it's bigger than the other one.
You think?
Maybe.
Oh.
Eddie would never be able to fish with Zaldane.
Yeah, not too bad.
He rips her face off and gets him in the boat, and Zaldane's over there walking the dog, you know, because he doesn't want to tear the hook out of him.
Another nice little keeper fish, probably 6.5 pounds. We're gonna put a little boat on, see real quick.
2 6-pounders for these
Feels good
guys.
to get bit though.
Little upgrade and they're good to go.
Got the net. A little thicker. I think he's about the same length as the other one. Let's see what we got here. 6 pounds, maybe?
Get the readers on that one. 6 1/4. Come on.
Huh?
Give me something.
Okay. Yeah, a little over 6. Well, right at 6, huh? A little tad heavier than the other one.
A little heavier. Right at 6. Right at 6. I'll take it. I'll take
about
it.
About the same. I think 12 pounds.
Little shot across the bow. The rest of these teams right here, the leaders are not going to take a day off today.
Kind of lazy around. These fish are frisky here, man.
Might act like a mullet and try to jump out of that thing. Would not be a good thing. After some of the stuff I've seen the last 2 days.
Oh, here comes the Texas burn.
Here he comes.
Make a move, bro. Make a move. Oh, there goes another one. Oh, there's the old duck one. What is this dude doing?
Check this line again.
Getting right on our drift.
Eddie, we're just getting into it right now.
I know. Well, I mean,
so that's not a bad sign.
Look at that dude.
certainly got weekenders, weekend warriors to deal with
You try to
today
be
and
Goldie,
tomorrow.
bro?
Now I'm changing color.
But the cool part is,
I'm gonna do something dark. I think. No, I'll go the tequila again.
we got 2 in the well. And that
Same
builds
color, baby. Who dat?
lots of
I
confidence.
can throw that in, can I? Can I get a who dat?
Drifted all day yesterday. I know you like that ploy, Rick. And
Yep. You know, they're covering ground. They're using a sea anchor to slow their drift down.
Chatterbait's got a big old hook on it.
Trout.
All right. All right. It's a bite.
Yeah.
They're chewing.
And you know, every time you get a bite, whether it's a trout or a small redfish or even a big
You know.
redfish,
When things can happen, they happen. Gotta get tangled on my own line.
it just reinforces that you're using the right things and you're in areas
bit of
where
sun,
their
Eddie.
fish are.
Got on that net.
Might be coming. I
Chad?
had to change my tail. I'm gonna stick with it, at least this drift. Water's still pretty tinted.
What this dude's doing?
In both cases here, Tommy, it looks like we got some blue sky coming their way. That should help the bite as well. At least it did yesterday.
sure did.
Tequila.
Our guy Kyle Jesse's out on the water, and he was following Drew Cook and Aiken this morning. He said we could just nickname their spot the wind tunnel because it was just gassing straight through their area. You can obviously see it at their
Using
back,
trolling
and they're
motor.
drifting through it, but it's still something to manage. Your drift goes a little quicker than you want. You got to adjust.
Oh, that's possible.
Oh, good. Yeah, Wes is cool. Wes keeps power pulling, letting us get way ahead.
Yeah.
He knows the program is out there every day. It's cool how they can stay way back, though.
Is Wes a guide?
No. I don't know if he ever did. Yeah, I don't know what he does. I think he does well. I think he works for all companies.
Just a fisherman, bro. I like it.
Yeah, I'll ask everybody.
How do you live down here and not be a fisherman?
Yeah, I know.
And
the
it
one
shows,
that-
too,
that
everywhere you
He does
go.
the Grand All out.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, he goes with Kevin when Kevin does those trips? Or is he
Yeah,
just-
before, I think he works over there sometimes,
Oh,
too.
okay.
Both teams on a drift here and not that far away from each other. A Skeeter bird's eye view kind of reveals the landscape.
Water definitely cleaned up.
Look at,
Like it.
there's a great
Well, like
example
to-
of what they're talking about,
Like it a
clean
lot.
water versus dirty water. Look at the water to the
One
left,
down.
got a little milky look to it versus
I want to see the boat littered with
the
them.
boat right
know,
there at the
yesterday
bottom
that
of
thing
our
was-
screen. It's
There's a
got
pile
some
of 'em. I tried to
bluish
warm me up
green
yesterday,
water.
didn't it?
That's that
There's
clean
a bunch
Gulf
of them down
water.
there.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Wow, it's beautiful. Lots of potholes and grass clumps for bait and fish to hide.
Adams and O'Connell said at the weigh-in yesterday they had 3 main lines. So, you know, you come back, you reset, you take another line for your drift. And so they had 3 lines that really paid off for these guys.
And you know what I am so jealous of, Tommy, is that how you distinct that. There's every inch of Texas looks like a redfish should live in the coast. How did he come up with those 3 distinct lines? That's the key. If you could figure that out, we'd all be leading the Redfish Cup.
Yeah, bud. Yes. That's a smart. That's a heavy one.
And Rickard hooked up.
Ryan.
Come on, stay on this
Heavy one,
spoon,
bro.
please. Stay on.
That is a freaking heavy one.
Very heavy fish. I just don't like this spoon hook. I don't like these spoon hooks at all.
You're good. That's a heavy fish, bro.
If I tell you power pole, go ahead and lift the motor up just to do it.
Yep. The motor.
Motor. If I tell you power poles, please lift them.
Good one, dog.
Early in Ryan's career, he must have had some
Black
type of
drum.
Oh, is it really?
trauma,
Black drum.
traumatic thing to happen.
Of course.
Wow.
That's the carp equivalent right there that when we're bass fishing.
Just put a dot on his tail and call him a day.
Halloween was just a few days ago. He could dress up as a redfish, maybe.
Yep.
Especially me.
You know, when I was in Port Mansfield, they had drum on the menu and I tried it. Delicious fried drum with French fries. It was unbelievable how good it was.
Adams and O'Connell still on top as it stands right now. 2 solid ones in the live well. Rickard and Zaldane, we saw they thought they were close to putting their first one in. Turned out to be the wrong category, the wrong flavor right there, but they'll be back at it momentarily. We'll be back here momentarily. We'll step away for just a second.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Still in our second hour of fishing here, the first quarter of this game, as you could consider each day a game. And there's our leaders right there, Eddie Adams, Sean O'Connell from the Texas Redfish Trail, are top qualifiers for this event that's very important to these redfish teams, these professional redfish teams. Take a look. Look at what they have been able to get done.
Yes, sir.
Throughout the course of the day, them and others. That's the team right there. Marino and Favre.
I told you,
for
brother.
today.
Copeland and Taylor.
We've had some good action so far.
Yes. Just head up.
You see it should pick up as the sun.
What's good is we've also seen a distribution. We've seen the guys fishing open water, seen some marsh stuff, shallow, and then some little pockets in there as well. So a good mixture of variety as well.
Bo Favre from Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Jerry Marino from Baytown, Texas. Our Elite Redfish Series AOY team.
Got it. Get him. Yep.
Look.
There he goes, right here, right here. Right here. Right there, got him. He's not a big fish. But he's a second fish. He's going on the well. There's a couple of them right there.
Some pretty net work there, Tommy.
This one's on the lower end.
He slid that in the net like the Astros shortstop, baby.
Yeah.
22-inch fish. Can't cool up till you get to. On the gulp, black with the yellow tail. 23 almost. He's small though.
There's more of a lean one.
I'm calling 4.5.
4.5, not the one they want to take to the weigh-in, but hey, that's 2 in the boat.
Yes,
For
sir.
Favre and Marino.
And the odds of doubling up where these guys are compared to the guys fishing, it seems like the guys fishing out in open water, the Adams, the O'Connells, the Rickards and Zaldanes, the Aikens and Cooks, seems like when one hooks up, it's nothing but net time.
Yeah.
But these guys in the marshes, when one hooks up, they're looking to maybe capitalize on a second bite at the same time, which is could get right in a hurry.
There's a good picture of the sea anchor to slow their drift down. And they can, the cool part about the sea anchor is they can adjust going left, put it on the
Still got
left.
the first 2 we hooked. Haven't upgraded yet, but we're going to keep on swinging at them. Everything looks good to me. The water looks good. I don't see quite as many mullets as we've been seeing, but starting to get a few trout bites and a little sunshine made. The water's nice and clear still. I mean, no problem with the water. I think we ought to make another couple of 100 casts and hopefully we'll get one to bite, man.
At least. I'm going to make a little bait change. I'm going to go back to the jig. I think the
Yeah, I mean, the water's
swim
good.
jig did as much as it
Definitely
could. I got one on it this morning. That's more than I had the entire time scouting on it, so I'm happy about that. So I'm gonna go a little bit lighter than he is this morning, darker colors. And like I said, just keep swinging at them like you said, just making as many casts, covering as much water. It's really cool today with the way the wind direction is. We're actually staying right on that line, so we're gonna have much longer drifts than we did yesterday. And we're not having to motor up and come back around and get on them. So hopefully it proves to keep us in that zone longer, and hopefully we find some more fish. So just gonna keep going at it.
Oh. Can't go without doing that at least.
Nah.
Once or twice a day.
Wouldn't be the same without it.
They told us before the tournament they're having to make themselves do this. They don't do this typically back home where they're, you know, Venice, places like that, Louisiana, they use that trolling motor a lot more. But here, well, if you can lose the trolling motor, you got a better shot.
You're 100% correct. Both the guys said their favorite thing to do is sight fish. You know, and today blowing 25, and it's got high cloud
Yeah,
cover.
on these flats too, man. I tell you what, a real high speed reel, it really makes a big difference. Having a reel so fast, faster the reel, the better you off, I believe. They're making all these 8-to-1s and 9-to-1s now. It really helps you out when you're making these big long drifts. You got to reel up so much line. And I got that 5-to-3, but it's a big difference. Got to reel 500 miles an hour.
Both of his wrists are going to be hurting by the end of the day.
Yeah, that big old pintail boy behind. 3 of them.
So he's fishing.
Come on, sucker.
A jig head with a soft plastic paddle tail, 4-inch paddle tail, and man, is he really bumping it and thumping it.
We're just past it. We're coming up on the hump. So I'm going to turn this a little bit to the right, a little bit more.
Yeah, I know. We kind of get on the same.
Because he's kind of intersecting, so we'll see. I don't want to run into him.
We full.
So they're using the skeg of the motor to, you know, direct the drift.
They're
They can
happy, I'm
also
happy.
take that sea anchor and put it over on the other side, and that'll turn the boat even more to the right. Marino and Favre,
Yeah,
sight fishing,
looking like they see something that intrigues them.
throw into little wakes.
And you said yesterday, Rick, as we look at our top 4 teams in this 4-box, that Moreno and Favre, they're fishing in an area that may have received more water yesterday with the wind direction. Based on how long it took for that direction to actually switch and go to the opposite way, it hasn't washed all that water out yet. But what it did yesterday was maybe keep some water in there, keep some crabs, keep some other forage in there that are going to keep these schools of redfish happy, even if the water changes slightly.
You're 100% correct. And also what I see here is that they're fishing the lee shorelines of all these little bay pockets. So it's allowing them to see a fish push versus when you're fishing in 2-foot waves like you got Adams and O'Connell fishing.
Creatures, man.
Or Aiken and Cook.
Golden looking speckled trout.
It makes it a lot tougher to see those fish hump up. I love the fact that we have a 4-box and we got 3 of the 4 are doing the same thing, and the one team is
Uh-oh, getting on my trout bite again.
There you go. I'm all right with that.
fishing fish that are
So long as every 4th one's a redfish.
Yeah, you're right.
pushing a little bit. Man, if Adams was on a trout charter, Tommy, it'd be some happy people.
Yeah, he's racking up on the trout today. Did yesterday, too.
Yeah.
They caught a bunch of them. They like it when they're catching anything. It shows there's life in the area. Any fisherman appreciates that. And boy, we've got an abundance. So many species of everything from birds to fish to amphibians and much, much more around here. Seahawks, ospreys,
Grebes.
pelicans, white pelicans, grebes, of course. We have to mention the grebes.
That's a Bassmaster Live tradition.
A lot going on. What a place. What a great wild place. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Talk about wild. Hey, we're coming right back. Don't go away. Later today starts Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday on Fox. As quarterback Max Duggan leads a high-scoring attack of number 7 TCU into a Lone Star showdown with Texas Tech. It all kicks off at noon Eastern on Fox.
I don't know if anyone expected TCU to be undefeated at this point and that Texas Tech would be the team that knocks off all the ranked teams that they play. They lose to the teams that aren't ranked and they win all the games that are against ranked teams. I'm very confused with this matchup today.
Crazy season, crazy season. When is it not a crazy season? Absolutely. Things you think are eternal truths at the start,
no more chalk.
Off the table by the halfway through.
Oh, getting on my trout bite again.
There you go. I'm all right with that. So long as every fourth one's a redfish.
Yeah, you're right.
Those are your leaders there.
Watch how fluent he is with just taking this trout off. Watch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's seconds. That's it. Wipe it
Well,
on.
you've probably only done it 200,000 times. So.
Plug-in sponsors. Diet Coke. I don't leave home without it.
My wife, my clothes, she's like, just leave them somewhere else. I don't even know I do it.
Trout slime, man. It's be real. That's a real one. That's a real one.
Poles. Good one.
I told you every fourth one. You did it on the third one this time. Come on, baby.
And we got some big
Give me some
fish.
shoulders.
Oh, he got shoulders.
What's that?
He's big, whatever he is.
I like it. Just an 8-pounder. Got to stay positive with it.
You got 2 in the well, you can be
It's a
popped.
big fish. Might be.
Let's hope he's just staying out to the side doing his thing. That one yesterday
they
you caught doing
fight
the same
around
thing.
here. It's a definitely bigger than the ones we got in the well.
Come on. You know what?
Watch me, Sean.
You good?
You're coming that way.
Wait.
Get back here by the power pole world. Try to get my eyes on him.
Coming around.
All the way around.
Oh, he's acting like he's big.
Yeah.
Maybe an
I
oversized.
really got my eyes on him real good yet.
No.
He's pulling like he's big. They usually don't whoop me too often, but
Ooh, he's a giant. Ooh, I don't know. We're gonna find out.
yeah, that.
We're gonna be close.
Yeah, big fish for sure.
Working you. Come on, fish.
Maybe 27 3/4, baby. You good fish.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's gonna be. Yeah, he's big.
He's giant.
He'll be a little giant, but it. Ooh.
Ooh, that's a heavy one, though.
Yeah. We go home if that one measures.
We get the board just in
Yeah,
case.
just a good. He's over though. He's a big, beautiful Texas redfish, man. I mean, he's probably a little more than we want. 29 inches again, 29 and a half, but big, beautiful fish. Hopefully he's right under 28, man. You think?
Little secret when you're using these boards, get them nice and wet so those fish slide.
Yeah, he's gonna be. He's giant. might need a bigger board. Yeah, he's 30 inches.
30 and a half.
30 and a half.
Let's get a good release on him. Good catch. Good snap.
No spot on the tail. Look at that, man. It's a little unique for a redfish. That little spot on that side, but pretty fish, man. Just getting big enough to make some babies, make some more, man.
You had to know with the way he fights a fish that fish was oversized because he rips a fish's face off.
my gosh,
He doesn't
yeah,
play.
he
you
winches
know?
In the most kind way possible.
Yeah.
Those over 28s are protected, so you got breeding stock to make more redfish for the years to come.
That's what I was going to say. You've been in the sport a long time. At what point did they put a slot fish or a slot limit in redfish tournaments to protect those upper echelon fish that will breed and make the next generation?
If I remember correctly, it happened in the 80s, at least in Florida. I'm not sure when it happened in Texas, but you know, they did it. And we had times where you'd go fishing and never see a redfish. So before they, you know, commercially, they used to sell them commercially. Look at that fish pushing down the shoreline. See it?
Oh, of course. First look at this team of Barney White and Dwayne Mills, Elite Redfish Series Team of the Year. 22.
There got to be something right here, this little opening.
Yes, told you. What I tell you. Around with that food. Come on out of there. Come on. Thank you. I knew you was gonna do it. Broke off.
Broke it.
So you remember me saying yesterday when it went around, Taylor got his fish around the power pole. I said, if your line's not tight, it won't break. The line was tight. He was wrenching back. It hit a barnacle on one of those sticks, and that's what cut him off. That stinks.
I see that. Yes, sir.
I wish you'd call one more often.
Oh, there he is. You scared him. Ooh, got him. Yeah. Got it. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's kind of small. He's the smaller side. That's all right. He'll flip. Really? I think so. Damn, he's hungry. He smoked it.
This is your second place team right here already with 2 keepers in the boat. Don't know if this one's going to afford them an upgrade. Probably, likely not.
Got it.
See how Favre turned that fish upside down? It makes them kind of go into a little bit of a trance. And it doesn't matter what species it is. You do that to a snook or redfish, bonefish. Now look at him going nuts.
Ain't gonna call.
No help.
I got a few in here. Those are the big ones. That didn't count.
No upgrade there. Always great to get a bite, though. That is such fun.
Those guys are fishing way to the west.
Well, up against the island. Back to our defending champions, Rickard and Zaldane.
Got him.
Still looking for the first keeper. Could be it right here.
Trout. Pretty sure. Might be a red.
Red.
Red?
Yeah.
All right.
Little red.
Who needs a net man?
Who needs a net guy when you got a largemouth bass fisherman in the boat? Little one. 20 inches we're looking for?
He's over 20. Yeah, he's over 20.
Keeper?
Yeah. You can put him on there if you want.
Yeah. 21. Little cute guy. Little 3.
They've never had to deal with one so small. They don't even know what to do.
I'm gonna say that fish is probably 3 pounds.
3 pounds. Hear him croaking?
He didn't stroke it?
No, I said you hear him croaking.
Oh, hear him croaking. I thought you said he didn't stroke it.
We will call this fish at some point. It's just, that's an east wind special right there is what that is.
Question is how he hit it.
Yeah, he smoked it.
Did he? All right.
He had to have a bite that he actually wanted it.
Like you said, they might be on the outside, you know what I mean?
Well, we gotta try.
Cincy and
They
Kennedy.
might be out here a little ways. I mean, there was a couple in there because I got blown up twice.
That was a good one?
I can't tell. Nah, but a legal one.
Legal's good. On the spoon
on
again.
and off early today.
Oh, man, did they change again? These fish can't make up their mind.
I think it's legal. Let's hope it is.
Should I put a cork? Should I put a spoon under a cork? You seen? You were fighting the grass too? Things are just nuts. That's all.
This team struggled with the same problem yesterday. You come off, critical fish.
Seems like other teams are experiencing it too. Maybe it's a shift in weather. These fish, like you said, their mouth is on the bottom side of their face. They're just not getting it as good today. See if maybe some sunlight or a change in wind will help this, Tommy.
Half of our 10 teams have a keeper in the boat there, and our 2 top teams right there, obviously, with a couple, a limit as it stands right now. Plenty more fishing time to go as we come into the quarter number 2 of this game.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
It's Bassmaster Live here on FS1. This time, this weekend only, during the year, we're without bass. We're turning our attention to redfish, another great hard-fighting sport fish. Of course, the bass is the top predator in most of the places he lives, the places without pike. The redfish would like to be the top predator. They like to seek out places where they're the top predator, but they can't count on that in this great inshore environment here. And this is one of the great places on Earth to come pursue these redfish and other species as well. A lot of tradition here, a lot of sport fishing tradition in this part of the world. And there's our team that is in the lead. Had a great day yesterday. I've got 16 pounds and 10 ounces. That'll put you in the lead.
35 combined wins with these 2 guys. And, you know, just getting a bite, whether it's a trout bite, a redfish bite, it just breeds more success. You know, it just gives you so much confidence, Tommy, that you're using the right thing, you're fishing in the right area, and it's just a matter of time till that 8-pounder, that 8.5-pounder, maybe even, we didn't see it yesterday, but maybe a 9-pounder today, Ronnie.
One thing you said about these 2 guys, their characteristics, one of them loves to stick to the game plan, stay it out, stay the course from the plan that they develop, and the other one is a little impatient when it's not going well. This could hurt them, but it could help them, because if the game plan goes well through 2 days of competition and they're in the lead, awesome. If it starts to go sour tomorrow, one of those guys may speak up and say, we have to make a change, at least today, to try to win this deal. So we'll see how that relationship of their instincts kicks in as well.
Yeah, and what's so cool is Adams, he loves bouncing the bottom with a jig head and a soft 4-inch soft plastic paddle tail. And then Sean fishes weedless with less weight, so he's more in the middle part of the water column with a different type of presentation. You know, so he's more of a slower presentation, not as much hopping. He's more of a little jerking left and right jerkbait type of style. You see with the rod tip down, Eddie's rod tip up, bouncing up and down.
Captain Rigg, we've talked about what you do when you find yourself catching too many undersized fish. We talk about things you can do there. What if you find yourself catching too many oversized? Is there some sort of action you can take?
You know, it depends on how big the oversize are. If you're in the 30-inch class, then certainly you want to move. But if you're catching them barely over, you're in the right place.
He's not big, but he's a start.
After their last catch wrapped them up and broke them off, this is good to see one in the boat for them. This was the best team that fished in any kind of marsh type situations yesterday.
Yep.
Still in contention in the top 4.
That's good. Good to get one like that on. And we are right now ready to check in with our guy, Dave Mercer. Such a pleasure to have Dave here, who does so much. Oh, looking great. Looking like, man, Texas all the way. It doesn't even look cool or cold where you are, Dave. Everything's perfect. You're on the beach. Can't get any better than that.
Out here chasing down the tough story, Tommy. You know me, a serious journalist like I am. But we talked a little bit last segment about pressure, and this is just an idea. If you look at this pier full of anglers, and it reminds me kind of how pampered us in the bass world are. I mean, these are hardcore anglers, you know, climbing out on those rocks just to catch some fish. You see a giant ship coming in, but one of the coolest things about this area is you can drive this beach. So when I come to an area where you can drive a beach, I'm going to drive a beach, and not just drive a beach. I'm going to drive a beach the way the locals do. This town is absolutely dominated by these golf carts, side-by-sides, you name it. And the cool thing is this goes for miles and miles. You can cover this beach. And let's go for a rip here just to give you an idea of just how freeing and how amazing this part of the world really is. You go so many places, you get little square of beach that you can hang out. Not here. Literally for miles and miles, and you see everything that you would imagine you'd see in a postcard from a beach vacation. We've got some surfers up here, and in the evening time you come down here, there's a lot of families having campfires and that sort of thing. It really is a special, special place, guys, and unfortunately I'm not out in the water. I got to chase down the tough stories here on land, but I'm doing my best.
Well, we appreciate it, Dave. Someone's got to do that job. Someone's got to show us every dimension of this great place. And not as many people as when you were on the beach yesterday. Is it too cold, or are we too early? What's going on?
Well, I got to be honest. I'll let people behind the veil of television. We were with a bunch of people, but we couldn't get a signal with you guys, so we had to leave the people. But don't worry, we will return to the people here in just a little bit. And it's early. You know, it's early in the day. This place just gets busier and busier as the day goes on. And some of the nicest people on earth. So much so that I went to rent this cart, and I didn't even ID or anything. Told the guy we're on FS1. He's like, just take it. And I'm like, I mean, so we have this for the whole day. He doesn't even know who we are. So, I mean, it's not many places you can go where you have people that will allow you to just take a card out for the day. But I don't think they do that for everyone. But somehow we dropped the FS1 letters, and they let us take it.
We will take it, Dave. Yeah, you deserve some free stuff, Dave. Maybe you should try it at the restaurant, too. See if it works there. I mean, you know. You were on a roll today, the great Dave Mercer, who will be
Did he get that
the
hat for free?
I don't know. Maybe so. Let's get out to Cincy and Kennedy.
All right,
Hooked
Dan,
up?
we're going to try it again. Folks down there in TV land.
I'm just sticking that single hook in there.
Going to extend the net as long as I can.
I can't tell how big he is.
I don't care.
Is he legal?
Yeah, he's plenty legal. 22 inches. Get into the net. Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got one.
Fish number 3. First one we got in, though.
So we're 1 for 4. We're 1 for 4. 4 fish on, 3 fish off, 1 fish to the boat. He gets both hooks. he was hooked. Did the bar even go in on that one, Chris?
Yeah. Hooked about as good as you're going to get.
You gonna measure him?
No, he's well over 20 inches. All right, timeout.
Cincy and Kennedy, we assume on the board, as long as that fish stays in the boat.
Too big. 3 fish on that drift so far, which is pretty happy with a 3-fish drift. If we can keep repeating this pattern, 3 and 3 and 3, you know, they're gonna add up. We're gonna get one of the right ones in the mouth pretty soon. It's gonna definitely 3 fish a drift would be numbers will add up. You know, maybe 6, 7 drifts and catch 20 fish. I think we'll catch 2 good ones.
One good bite away. That's it. We got some, you know, decent weight. I'm happy for it early, but get one good one to match with that bigger fish in there, and I'll be real happy. Then the rest of it's just gravy from there. Just try to get one more upgrade. So, one good bite away right now, I think, just to be staying in it.
Be nice to get 2.
Well, I'll take 2. Right there. That's him. I told you the 3rd fish was going to be the one.
Oh,
I did. No, they didn't.
You got hit twice.
I've never done that before.
Fish is screaming dry.
Big fish too. I know.
I'm stuck in your grass.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's cut you a little off.
I have anything to cut it with.
There you go. I thought it right. He's gonna make it. He's a keeper.
Yep.
Nice fish. Might be a little upgrade.
Let's hope.
Let me see you right here. Look. Yeah,
now he's showing himself. Now he's digging.
Oh, he's a good fish.
That's a good fish.
Good one there.
That's a good fish.
Ready?
Yep.
It's got to be better than 5'3".
Ooh, nice
yeah,
Texas
baby.
red. Oh, there you go. Leave him right there.
Very good.
That's a good fish.
5'3".
Definitely upgrade. I got it.
Definitely upgrade. Hopefully he'll measure.
So.
He looks fine. I got him. I was gonna leave him on the wall. Get the board. Yeah, it looks like he's definitely gonna measure.
They're biggest of the 3 keepers so far.
Nice fish.
Looks like to me that fish got some round tips.
Yeah, it's not super big, but
He's gonna be an upgrade.
A little bit better than ones that I think we have. Should
Nice
measure
stick.
easy.
Nice stick.
Go over 26. Yep. Measure easy on a 27, probably 7 pound, I guess. Got 7 pound.
Right, just a little over.
A little over 7?
Yeah.
A little over 7.
Right at
so,
7, probably like a 7 1/4, maybe not quite, but.
No, we got to call. We got to call. Give me that mark out there, Sean.
Yeah.
Around 2 pound upgrade, then that'll get them just under that 30-pound mark for 2 days so far.
Substantial fish right there. Very, very important to the effort of Adams and O'Connell. These guys out there calling their shots. Everything's going their way on this day right here. And look at the size of that lead, over 7 pounds. Ahead of the nearest competitors, Reno and Farr. Good stuff going on out there. The ones that are catching them, keep catching them. And we will keep coming back with more for you in just a minute.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Texas sport fishing here on Bassmaster Live. Fishing for redfish today, the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. That's Fisherman's Wharf. That's kind of the epicenter of this great area. Port A and all the fishing, sport fishing activities kind of wheel around this place. That's very iconic. It's been updated in a lot of great ways through the years. We've seen tournaments there for a long, long time. They keep up with the times. They keep this place in tip-top shape, and it's a good place to have a fishing tournament and a weigh-in. The team, Dwayne Mills and Barney White, our Elite Redfish Series Team of the Year.
Dwayne Mills is a retired Marine.
job.
Got our goal. Let's upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. A fuzz heavier, not much.
You always want your fish to be about an inch from the size limit, but you want it on the top end of it. The first one they had, I believe, was just on about an 1.5 inches or 2 inches from the lower end of our size limit. So another one like that, they said, now we've got our limit. You said that, Captain Rick, these guys tend to just get relaxed and they're so more talkative and happy after catching a limit, but now it's time to upgrade. They have a task at hand still.
Ronnie, you said it best yesterday that, you know, these guys are fishing for 2 good bites. And compared to your bass guys that are fishing for 5, and then they're trying to upgrade with 2 more, you know? Yeah. And
they already have the upgrade mindset when they launch from the boat ramp. Yeah.
And think of how their dynamic changes when you have a 2-man team and you pull up to a school and you both cast, and we're only fishing for 2 fish in the well. It can change in
right now it is.
1 cast per guy.
Yes.
Really?
Just makes it bigger, so I don't have to close my fingers down as much. When
everybody's ahead of them things. What time do you think it was? 9, 10 o'clock?
9:30.
9:30. Long drift.
Yeah.
Hour drift, huh?
I like it.
8:30. Shit. Yeah, at least an hour.
What's that?
At least an hour drift.
15. I mean, really, hour and 10?
Looks like they're in different
We
counties.
caught one, I mean, not too long ago.
Yeah.
These teams.
The guys, Marino and Favre, they're fishing on the west side of the intercoastal. They're back in all these little bays and estuaries and lagoons, and you know, this is an area that would have a tendency to flood with a hard east wind, southeast wind, you know, like you got yesterday. And
Just glad to get some bites, man.
what I love is that they're in the fishing the lee side, so they're able to see that slight little push that those redfish would make as they move into these
They got a
bays.
lot more fish on the slide than we think they do.
No, there's no
One
doubt.
thing that we're noticing now is
No
it has switched. Yesterday, the top 3 of the top 4 were all the way in the south boundary of our playing field. 2 of our top 3 now are marsh guys, or up in the skinny water, visually sight fishing some of these, and they don't even have prime conditions for it.
Correct.
Yeah, it is what it is. Worry
No
about that tomorrow.
sun, but they certainly have the slick water, the slicker conditions, which the slightest little movement that redfish makes, and they're fishing in, I assure you, one team fishing 5 to 6 foot of depth, the other team's fishing 24 inches or less.
Which is why we're seeing a lot more 3 to 4.5 pounders come from the guys fishing skinny water, because it's a lot easier for them to be comfortable, whereas the big ones need a little bit more water over their head. But maybe as they get closer to the mouth of these deals, maybe that's where the big ones have moved for these marsh guys.
That's correct. And you never know when there may be an oyster bar
That way this morning.
somewhere in one of these
It'd been
bios
unbearable going
where
that way
there's a
this morning.
fish laying at the bottom of that
Telling you,
shell
it's
bottom,
been
you
freaking
know.
brutal. It's been like that bait the whole way.
Oh, to go, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Kind of glad duck season opened up and dissuaded us from going up there right now.
You know, Adams and O'Connell are fishing a 4-inch paddle tail, one on a jig head with the rod tip up so that the presentation's bouncing up and down, versus the other guys are, O'Connell's working the rod tip down, so it's probably less weight to try to keep it in the same zip code.
Back to second place, White and Mills. Right there in between Adams and O'Connell, Moreno and Farr.
His small fish is a 4-pounder, and he's got a big popping cork, the concave part of the popping cork with all of the hardware, all the beads, all the clacking, and probably either a quarter or a 1/8 ounce jig head with a gulp shrimp, the scented plastic, white. Throwing on the point.
Oh yeah. He's an upgrade. Come on.
Get in this net.
Come on.
Get in the net, 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 get in the net. Get in there. Woo!
Little upgrade, not a lot, but it's an upgrade.
The guys do a great job of keeping the fish in the water, in the net. He's not really exuding a lot of energy like he would be when you lay him on the deck and he's out of the water, you know. So they're doing a great job at keeping that fish relaxed while they're getting the board, getting the boga grip.
If you think ounces matter in normal fishing with 5 fish limits, ounces really matter when you're only bringing 2 to the weigh-in later today.
Good fish, good help for White and Mills hanging in there. Getting a pound closer to our leaders, Adams and O'Connell. Maybe tighten it up a little bit as the day wears on. Moreno, Farr, Aiken, and Cook. Rickard, Zaldane still looking for their second fish of the day. Got more to come from Port A when we get back. Tomorrow on Fox, we got a full slate of NFL action highlighted by Seahawks Cardinals. Check for the game in your area. Then, November 13th, it's one of the games of the year in the NFC as historic rivals square off in Lambeau when the Cowboys take on the Packers, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Well, those Seahawks are tough running.
Well,
get ready.
You know, they've been riding the hot streak, but you know, somebody's got to get hot at some point.
Up on the move right now, Rickard and Zaldane, defending champions. A lot slower for them today than it was on day number 1. Haven't quite found their equilibrium, but that's not to say they can't. But we know the team that has been keeping the momentum going day 1 into day number 2. Hey, there's that music, Rick.
There it is. Power pole replay of the day. Power pole, son.
Most consistent team today. We were talking about it at the commercial break. 90% of the fish are caught by 10% of the anglers. Well, of our 10 teams today, O'Connell and Adams have been by far the most consistent, and the size has been equal there as well.
And by far the team that's fishing the deepest, the depths. They're fishing at 5 to 6 feet of water. Is that part of the key as this barometric has changed? Is this the team that potentially is in deeper water, not affecting those fish as bad as maybe Zaldane and Rickard, where they're fishing in 3 feet of water?
Back out to the Chris's, Chris Sensi, Chris Kennedy. Got one in the boat, just a 4-pounder though, so they're looking to complete a limit and then looking to upgrade.
Seen a lot of other species today than we did yesterday. For sure, a lot of different fish getting caught.
Drum, redfish, trout.
I don't know if he's really that good, but legal? Oh, he's coming right at me now. He can't be that good. He can't be that good. Might be a keeper though. He might be a keeper.
Woohoo! Hold that. Oh, dang it.
So he switched.
Again, he might not be. Oh, man. There we go.
Keep the small ones buttoned up, but can't keep the big ones. I think it's right here, Chris, right?
Right here.
Kennedy
Once
switched
again, we're pulling the board out to make sure it's big enough.
to a popping cork
He's gonna be close.
and a gulp shrimp.
It'll be 20 inches.
Who didn't see
It's gonna be
that
close,
coming?
I think.
He's not gonna make it.
19 of change.
Yes, sir.
Dang, good.
Nope, he ain't doing it.
No, way short.
And at this point, for a team that needs to make up weight, you really don't want to get trapped with that fish in your live well if it was barely 20 inches anyways.
Well, we saw Rickard and Zaldane on the move moments ago. There's Zaldane commenting on the need for that move.
So yeah, that was our #1 spot. That was our A spot there, and we knew it'd be tough. So we figured we'd catch one fish. We didn't know if it would be a 3-pounder, 4-pounder, 7 or 8. So we left there with one fish. This is our backup area that last year played for us big time. We went there in practice. He had a 7, I had a 6, several good ones, and it's always good for a bite or 2 or 3. And so we got to go through it now. We'd rather go through it sooner than later. So we should leave there with another fish and maybe a coal. And then we'll probably go back to spot 1, and then we got another good area not too far from here. So again, target weight is 14 pounds today, 14 plus. On a northeast wind like this, changing conditions, that's a killer bag.
I'm gonna say that this is them duck guys right here, because that boat's planted up on that shoreline.
Got him?
13 from Rickard.
There we go.
Zaldane
Yep,
gets
this is it.
Now over to Polinick. Good wine.
I don't know what I got yet, but I got something. They should at least keep.
Oh, yeah.
He's not a great big one, but he's mean.
Put us on the board.
Maybe he can be close.
Yeah, that one to make it.
Please be 20 inches at least. Same thing as yesterday.
Yeah, same spot.
Weighted jig. XL Mega Swimmer. Getting chomped on. Long and lean. Long and lean. Oh, all day long. All day long, buddy. Open that mouth up. Hey, I'm trying to do you.
Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year, Polinick and Mike Goodwine, the Florida guide, on the board now.
Come back for it. There he is.
Gotta go.
Not a big one, but he should measure. I don't know, he's gonna be close.
Before we crash into him. I don't think he's a keeper.
Close.
We got one. Broke the ice.
Real close. Back fishing.
Oh, that broke.
That's perfect. Yeah, he rubbed it right on his lips.
We're on them biggins.
Yeah.
Hey, power pole real quick.
Find out if that one measures a little bit later. See if they can get on the board. Nancy and Kennedy.
CC.
You don't care.
BC. One
That's
4-pounder.
I don't know. I don't think it is.
It's amazing how much more
I don't know. It's a big old trout, I think.
control we have over the boats now with 2 power poles and
no, it's a little dink red.
Spot locks on trolling motors.
Good. This is aggravating.
So the question, guys,
If he's 20,
Ronnie,
he's right
Tommy,
at it.
are they fishing too shallow?
That's we seem to have the 3.5 to 4.5 pounders coming in the boat for a lot of these guys that are fishing in that 3 feet or less area. So we'll see if that changes, especially for the guys fishing offshore.
See, little bitty patches of blue up there, but they've still got that little marine layer. You know, you expect in the wake of a front passing through, you'd have the bluebird skies, which for these sight feeders would maybe help the fishing.
Yeah, you know, we had guys talking about fish floating yesterday, and we just wonder, you know, it's cold, that cold wind, that surface. Remember, guys, water that's this deep is going to cool off a lot faster than water that's 5 feet deep where you have Adams and O'Connell. So the question is, if the sun comes out, is that going to bake that surface temperature, and then those fish, big fish like this one, are they going to begin to float up?
My question to you, we debated it yesterday. We saw Chris Zaldane and Ryan Rickard, our defending champions from this event, and they obviously caught them really good yesterday. They had a lot of fish and a lot of big ones, but we were wondering, can you fish your area out? What are these guys doing? And you said a lot of these fish that they're catching are just one fish spots. So they're obviously, they maybe aren't replenishing and they're having to make moves today.
And you gotta wonder, did they burn? They threw back 6 and 7 pounders, like you said, Ronnie.
Going out of style.
Yeah, they had 20 fish yesterday or more, and a lot of those fish were upper slot size fish. Did they burn their spot down?
Oh. Well, they could have left at noon and been just
100%.
fine.
They had
2 of their biggest fish early.
They had 15-8. I remember looking at my watch by 9:30. Go pre-fish somewhere else. Leave your number 1 spot alone. See if you can expand. Have a C spot that's 5 minutes away.
A little adversity for the defending champs, Tommy.
Yep, they're out there. Those big ones are out there. This place is loaded with redfish. You just got to find the right ones at the right time. Timing is important. Place is important. You got plenty of time to change those things left in this second day of fishing in the Redfish Cup.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is sponsored by Humminbird, Yamaha, and by TH Marine.
Day 2 of this competition, 3 days of competition. Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup here. We've got a few minutes more of fishing to bring you here on FS1. It's been a little bit slower yesterday today than it was yesterday, as was predicted. The change in wind, the change of conditions, that's always the story with every fishing tournament we cover. You've got to adapt to each day and maximize it as best you can.
I don't know of any southern body of water, no matter what species of fish it is, that enjoys or does better with a north wind. So this was expected, but didn't really expect that 3 or 4 of our top 5 teams would have to make as big of adjustments as they have this morning.
Absolutely. And as often the case, the ones who are prospering just keep on prospering.
Yeah, he's got some head shake to him. I like it. Come on, baby. Start pulling there. Oop. Under the boat.
Yeah, I don't think you can help us. Never know, though. It'll be a 6.5.
I like it.
And nice fish.
Every ounce, brother. Every ounce.
I think it might be a little upgrade, man. Watch your net.
I'll take every ounce.
Oh, he's friggin'.
He's not wanting to come in.
No, he's taking a nice fish. Nice one. There you go. Gotta be a little upgrade.
He's fat, dude. Real fat. Pretty spots on that one.
Yeah, this fish got some nice thickness to it. Hopefully not real long, but
that might be a little heavier, brother.
yeah, it gotta be. I think it might be a little upgrade.
You know, Tommy, Ronnie, what I'm really impressed with.
Got a little more shoulders to him, I think.
This man is a sight fisherman from Louisiana and guides.
Come on, 6.5.
Came to Texas and he took what the Texans do.
6 1/4.
Set
right at 6, huh?
The other one is right at 6.
I mean, you see, yeah, look. Right close.
Let me look.
Yeah, we do something. Set tie knots.
Coming.
He did what they do, and he did the Texas drift.
Coming, you tie
Keep
knots.
him in the net.
If you want.
Will you mess with that one?
We should do something. A little over 6 for sure.
I'm coming.
Boy, you take that fish and put him in the 27 and 7/8 inch model built with that big belly and head, you're talking 9-pounder.
Yeah.
That fish was barely 26 inches, I think.
Look at him real quick with your
Want him in the net?
No, just look at him. You got the readers on.
Pounds ahead, but it's still a game of ounces.
Just a hair over 6.
3 days of fishing here. What's important?
Looks pretty thick too.
Find the right one.
This one's heavier.
Huh?
This one's heavier.
For sure?
Yes, positive. 6 1/4.
Let me see.
And see, with their pattern, they're catching 5s and 6s as well, and they're making these 1/4 pound upgrades, and we're get to the discussion like we did with Rickard and Zalden. When do you leave? When do you not leave? For them, we've seen them catch unders. We've seen them catch other species. We've seen them catch 3-pounders, 4. There's no rhyme or reason. Yesterday it was like every hook set was a good one for that team, and we were wondering. So with them, you feel a lot more comfortable with them weeding through their area, Rick?
I think
based on the different sizes.
With the amount of fish they're catching, I think they don't leave. They have a good bite going. Obviously, they don't know what's going on with the other teams, but here in the studio, we can recognize there's not a lot of 6 and 7 and 8-pounders coming in over the side. So it just could be that that big fish bite is off for right now. We're gonna put some sun here in the afternoon into the game, and it could all change per cast, Ronnie.
Well, coverage is going to continue later this afternoon on Bassmaster.com, taking you all the way to weigh-in time around 3 p.m. local time. That would be 4 p.m. Eastern time. So you can continue to follow if you desire. I've seen plenty today. Yesterday was fantastic, and yes, some anglers have done very, very well today.
Attaboy. We don't have to worry about measuring that one. He measures easy.
Still keep an eye on Cook and Ake in there. They only have 1, but it was one of the first ones of the day, and it was almost a 7-pounder. So they have 1. They have 50% of the battle won right there. They need another 7, and they're right back in the game with the leaders.
There's your actual start to the weigh-in time. First fish supposed to hit the scales about 3:45 Eastern Standard Time. And again, you can find that on Bassmaster.com. Now, of course, we'll be back right here on FS1 tomorrow morning at the same time. 8 Eastern Time tomorrow morning on FS1. 4.5 hours from the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup. These angles will fish on. Plenty of fishing time left in this day to get something big done. Let's take one more look at our unofficial leaderboard right now. Still a strong, healthy lead for the team of Eddie Adams and Sean O'Connell. White and Mills, Reno Favre doing their best to keep up, Aiken and Cook, and all the rest. We will see you right here at 8 tomorrow.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Launching into the second half of our day, second day of coverage. Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship here from the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State, and the fantastic Texas Gulf Coast. And this is the gem of the Texas Gulf Coast, this playing field that we have today. 10 teams out there fishing for 3 days. Some of the teams are celebrated redfish teams from their main circuits across the country because we have an all-star team consisting of an elite angler and a redfish pro, but this is the team it's been all about.
Yeah. Get it quick, net. Real good one.
By far our
Eddie
most
Adams and Sean
by far our most consistent team. Had a great start yesterday. Day one leaders.
For sure, you know, 35 total wins combined with these two guys, over 100 top fives. You know, and what I think is so cool about them is they're from Louisiana, and they have adapted to the Texas style of fishing. They're using a sea anchor, they're drifting across these big areas of water. You know, some of their drifts are 2 hours long, and they just got a line or a certain depth contour that they seem to be real comfortable with. One of them's throwing a weighted jig with a soft plastic, a 4-inch paddle tail, a chartreuse tail in black, and the other one's throwing a weedless so that he's in a different level of water column. One's using the rod tip up, and the other guy's fishing with the rod tip down, twitching.
Great job by that team from Louisiana. Here's a local team. At least half of it is. Kevin Aiken in the foreground in the camo there. Lives right here in the area. His partner, Elite Series Pro, Drew Cook. You're one of the standouts of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You're absolutely right, Tommy. Kevin is from Corpus Christi. You know, and the one thing I often wonder, and I struggle with it myself when I'm fishing my home waters, you know all the little nooks and crannies, and that sometimes you can be distracted and not fish a place quite as thorough as a guy that only has 2 or 3 spots. So
And our defending champions, the
Yeah,
team
right beside you.
Rickard and Zaldane here. A slower start today than they had yesterday. They were off their schedule. Had a great day yesterday with 15 plus.
they went to their A spot this morning and only were able to catch 1 3-pounder out of there, Tommy.
Don't do the head.
You know, we've discussed here in the studio, did they burn those fish up yesterday? They caught over 20 fish, had several 6 and 7-pounders released, but obviously it wasn't the only rabbit in the hat that they had, so.
That was awesome.
Yeah, about 3 hours into the day, they decided to make a move, said, this place we're going to is good for 1 or 2 or 3, and apparently it has worked out.
You know, Ryan is just so good at being able to put together a game plan to where they have an A, a B, and a C spot. They're all close to one another. It's not a 20-mile run to go to your second spot, you know, and that's always a great strategy. You don't spend the time running. If you can have your spots close by, it certainly keeps the lines in the water.
Adams and O'Connell enjoyed about it. At one time, a 7 to 8 pound lead over the rest of the field, but this run, this roaring comeback by Rickard and Zaldane has put them right behind, just over a pound and an ounce behind.
One thing that we saw coming into the day, about a 3-pound lead from 1st to 4th. Now it's about a 9-pound lead from 1st to 6th. So guys, below that 3rd place mark better start getting closer, otherwise it's gonna be really hard tomorrow.
Yeah, because we know that Adams and O'Connell aren't gonna stay home.
This team right here is almost 9.5 pounds back of the leaders here. It's Graham Taylor and Copeland Moore, and they are hooked up. This is why.
I'm gonna put the poles down, all right? Or you want to stay drifting? Put them down.
Copeland Moore, the fish on.
Put the trolling motor up.
These two guys qualified. They both live in Tampa, and they qualified through the Power Pole Redfish Series. And
take care with them.
It's their first big time tournament appearance. They fished lots of little small tournaments and a lot of local stuff. In their media day, they talked about traveling. They came to Texas a year ago around this same time and really enjoyed the fishing, so that gave them some experience.
At 11.5 yesterday. Tied for 5th place.
Looks like a pretty good fish. Looking at the hummingbird's bird's eye view there, for sure.
Now, ready? Good fish, though. Good job, Copeland. Great fish.
Not that big, but
That's all right. We'll take another one of those. Oh, boy. Good job, dog. Oh, boy. Hey.
Hold that up to the drone.
Nice.
I'll get the Boca.
yeah, that's. I think measures for sure.
Put this fish
All
on the
day,
board. It has to be
24
between
inches.
20 and 28 inches.
Feels about 6 pounds.
Should be mid-range, 26
Yeah,
maybe.
25 and a half, 26-inch fish should be 6 pounds.
Five and a half.
5 and a half.
So Taylor and Moore sitting there with 9 pounds, 4 ounces, has him right in the middle of the pack, right in the dead middle of the pack right now in 6th place. Tim Willis and Martin. Jonathan Willis, redfish guide from Pensacola, and of course, a 22-year pro bass veteran, Scott Martin, his 3rd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
There he is. There he is. That's him. That's him. Okay. Big one, dude. Big one, dude.
We're going down. We're going down. We're going down. Just do your do. Just do your do. I'm gonna clear all this out your way. If I need to pull that pole and get out of his way, let me know. Oh, that's a good fish. It's a good fish. Come on, baby.
He's pulling some drag.
Well earned and well deserved. Nothing has came easy.
It's a keeper.
Yeah, he's not a monster.
Not as big as I
we'll take
thought.
it. We'll take it, Scott. We'll take it.
We gotta keep it. That might be our limit.
Yeah, that's 20. That's a fat 22. That's fatter than that's probably heavier than the 22 we had yesterday.
All right.
These fish out here on the outside are a lot healthier.
Yeah. You got that measure?
Yes.
Okay. Boy, he hit that thing and ran like 100 miles an hour.
Ran right at you. Let me know if you need a pincher.
Yeah, I think we're good. Hopefully.
Nope. No pincher for that.
Yep. So he's over. He's
Yeah,
21
see,
and a half.
that's the tail-eating parasite thing they were talking
Yeah.
about. That fish probably was a 22-inch fish.
21 and a half. Grab that scale and open that up.
Well, I can't imagine what would happen if these guys caught a 27 and a half incher.
Yeah.
They would be some dancing in the streets.
Hey, but you know how it is. We talked about it. 5 fish limit for bass fishermen. They don't get excited until maybe number 3, number 4. They get closer. Redfish, like he said, we're right there. You catch your first one, you're halfway to the goal.
Good.
And
Good.
obviously you want to coal up after that, though.
We just rolled up on kind of our 3rd spot here. We haven't been here in about 3 or 4 days. We did catch a 7 here in practice, and we could use a 7 right now to go with that other 7-pounder
Yes,
we caught
we
about an
could.
hour ago. The problem is with this wind direction change, this is not the predominant wind down here. The southeast wind's the predominant wind, and take a look here in this water. See this right here? See these bubbles right here? And they look like bowling lanes. They're about every 5 feet. There's this bubble trail, and in this bubble trail, look at this. It's all this floating grass. Look at that. So what happens when you cast your lure in that floating grass right there? It fouls it up, and it's ineffective. So you're literally bowling down these lanes right here, trying to get a clean cast in, because if you don't get a clean cast in, you simply don't catch a fish. So we just put the trolling motor down, and maybe 1 in 7 casts, you'll get a clean cast in. So this area is pretty much just trashed out, and it's because of that northeast wind just changing directions like that.
Pinfish pecked.
I hope you guys will straighten out.
Yeah, it's blowing harder today than yesterday.
Those are called
Even though the wind
windrows,
direction's
aren't they?
different,
Yeah.
it's blowing way
They're not
harder
bubble
today.
trails, they're
I mean,
windows.
it was supposed to let up, and it just hasn't let up. It's stayed consistent
Okay,
all
I'll
day.
take care of it. I'll call him when we
We're
get
thankful
done
we
here
had a
today.
backup plan to plan A.
Unfortunately,
for sure,
tomorrow
'cause we
he's not
needed
going to
it.
see that. Or fortunately
stuck
for
two
him, he's
good
not going to
fish
see windrows tomorrow.
Had 2 good upgrades. We actually upgraded kind of all day. We started small and just kept
Slowly,
getting bigger and
for
bigger and
sure.
bigger and bigger. That means our next fish is 8 pounds. That's what I say.
Well, what's crazy is like those 2 last bites I had, they did not play with it. Now, is it the area that we were saving that, I don't know if they're just fresh fish or are they starting to bite? I don't know. But either way, I mean, we got A7 in the box, and if we have 14 plus today, I mean, that we are doing something, man.
We're going to have 14 plus to keep up with them boys.
Yeah,
I mean, they're really good. You know?
They're around big ones too.
They're
I mean,
really
they're
good.
around us.
Yeah.
And we're around
Yeah,
big ones,
yeah.
so they're around big ones. Yeah, we just have to have a better day than them today.
That's it.
We really do. We can't have less than them today.
They are sitting at 13 pounds for today, and that's just 4 ounces back at the total for Adams and O'Connell, so their goal is definitely within reach. Chris Cincy, Chris Kennedy, Florida team.
This kind of seems like the region
Just
where
beeline it to that
farther into the
beeline
weekend,
rig thing.
Houston and Hudnall really came through.
Yeah,
This is the one
That's where I
region
caught them, seen them better, but.
Nope. Yeah, dead zone.
These two with a limit of 2 fish. Their smallest fish is 4 pounds.
This is an upgrade from yours, I hope.
Looks like it, or sounds like it. I don't know. No.
From the popping cork one? Yeah, it is. Pretty sure. No, we'll see. Hopefully it is. Maybe it's not.
Hold them there. What did it say it was?
You never weighed the other one.
You got a 4 and a 4 to 3/4.
You never weighed the other
The first one I never weighed, we just guessed it.
You just guess. Just I'll hold him in the net, you pull him out, Chris. You know what I'm saying?
This one is right at 4.
Here, I'm gonna put him in the live well. Oh, you are?
Yeah. That's why you have 2 bogus.
I saw him taking his hat off. I thought he was going to put a mask on and just go right on in there.
Might help.
Yeah. Do the grizzly bear, stick your head underneath the water.
Taylor hooked up.
Looks like a good one.
The keeper in the boat a few minutes ago.
These guys look like they've adjusted to where they've gone to a little deeper area. Trolling motor up and doing a long Texas drift style of fishing.
Feels good.
You know, it just doesn't look comfortable. That cold north wind, all our guys are bundled up. They're wearing their face mask or wearing hoods. I feel the pain, man.
When it's cold down here in an extreme southern climate like that, it really feels cold. I mean, it's like cold weather in South Florida. Hurts you because of all the humidity.
The humidity freezes on you, yeah.
For sure. A lot of the guys have gone to a dark, you know, they say...
Hey, you Copeland for letting me play?
They say the darker the sky, the darker the fly. You know, in this case, the darker the lure. It's a dark sky. They've all gone to dark with a chartreuse tail. Instead of the brighter the sky, the brighter the fly. So
That's a 5-pounder.
That's a good fish, just short. If you could find that model in 27.5 inches, he's gonna be 8 pounds. A 5-pounder, and he's only 22 inches long.
Yeah, he's built for it. Well, you know, there used to be some Texas teams in the old Southwest Conference. One team, such team was the Razorbacks of Arkansas. We got some Razorbacks prowling the grounds here.
Wow.
Inside the Laguna Madre. That's a hefty hog right there.
Yeah.
It's either running towards the Liberty Flames or away from the Liberty Flames. I'm not sure which direction, but
I hope he's not running away from a bowl game.
Exactly.
I think he's going to look for Mercer.
Let's get back to Willis and Martin. We just left them. They put a keeper in the boat about 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
The other one was kind of fat.
I was right.
Oh, Scott, that's a good fish. That's a good one.
There you go.
Come on, baby. That's the one we need right there, Scott. Throw in there. Get that fish off and throw in there. There's 7 or 8 with him. Good ones.
Good job, dude.
Right there with that water shake.
That's a big school of them right there.
This is a good fish right here, Scott. He hit it like he was anyways. He's still kind of just dead weight pulling like he's a good one.
Take your time.
Got that light leader too, so I'm just letting him do his thing.
Good job, dude.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
So Jonathan Willis never had really fished any competitive tournaments before this. You want to talk about getting dropped into the frying
Had a
pan?
bad attitude. He didn't look real huge right there.
I think he's done a really good job of dealing with the pressure.
He may call. Close, similar.
Maybe.
Pressure
Not that
and
big.
the expectation of your
Hit it
teammate.
like a freight train.
Scott Martin's been a high-level professional and fisherman in all kinds of avenues.
I don't know if he's going to help us or not, dude.
Close.
That other one was what,
21, something like that. I'm more worried about the weight. Yours
21 and a quarter.
We're going to weigh him is what we're going to do. I ain't real worried about that.
Well, I mean, if he's 20, then he's
yours
not going to
look
be
fat. This one ain't got that big old belly on it. Pretty 3-spot fish right there.
Yeah, look at that. Those 3 spots on him.
Yeah, that's a
beautiful
pretty fish.
I think the other one was 21.
Our smallest fish is a 3-pound, 4-ounce fish.
It's still back there.
Yeah, I think it's back there.
South Florida boys are still all bundled up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little bigger. He's a little bigger, not much.
Yeah, he's
Almost
22. I'd say he's bigger.
Yeah, that's where we're about to get frisky.
Okay, I'm gonna let you handle that. You need help? You're gonna keep fishing?
No, keep fishing, keep fishing.
All right, things are going in a positive direction. Team of Willis and Martin going to get an upgrade there, we think.
That is a big taking that Jonathan Willis is having to do, learning the culling
little sun
process
helps these
and
flats too.
Yeah. Kind of the quickness, efficiency of it as well.
Pressure might be going up through the roof right now too.
Yeah.
It's blowing now. Picked up again.
Oh yeah, no, that's
Great.
one. That's a real one.
Going.
That's what we needed. That's what we needed. Oh! I'll be the net guy all day, as long as we
Feel
keep
good.
catching. Come on, be a good one.
I'm good.
Got some weight?
Yeah, I got some weight for sure.
I'm talking about.
These fish pull though.
I almost need subtitles for Eddie. I can't hardly understand what he says.
When he talks real fast, you gotta pay attention.
With my bad hearing.
Eddie from Metairie.
Yeah.
Good one. Come on,
That's a good fish. That's a real good fish.
I got him. Watching that.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
That's the one. That's a good fish.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah. I'm good. With a board? I mean, he's gonna make it.
No, that's a perfect fish. That's the one.
I got
Slide inside there.
Eddie thinks he's too big.
Good one.
O'Connell thinks he's big, just
small
That's
enough.
the one.
I think that's going to be closer than that
Forward,
30.
Sean? I mean,
30
I'm trying to. I'm walking around.
We got to remind Eddie it's a 28-inch fish, not 27.
Got to be a little bit of an upgrade there.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I would think the little sun helps these flats.
Okay, we had a technical difficulty with the end of the and the aftermath of that catch, but it was 7 1/4. Is that
7 1/4, 7 1/2.
7 1/2. So that
So it must have kept, which is very key for them because they've had a great morning, and man, that's the one they needed.
Well, hey, great to have you with us. We got plenty more fishing on tap this day 2 of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup. And I can tell you, the good news is they're catching them way better than they were catching them in the morning. So if you're just joining in now, you picked a good time.
You're absolutely right. You know, Eddie Adams, I'm really, really impressed with how well and how steady he just stays. He's like an old diesel truck, man. He just keeps casting. Nothing really rocks his world too much. And then you have Sean, his partner, you know, where there's like, hey, you know, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And he says he's the decision maker, meaning Eddie. And he's making some good choices. He was talking a little bit there a second ago about maybe the pressure's keeping the big fish from biting, and boom, he gets the bite.
One big thing for that fish right there, I mean, we obviously have seen them catch a bunch of 5 to 6 pound fish today. That 7+ pounder gives them about 1 1/4 cull, gives them about a 2.5 pound lead, and that is what Rickard and Zaldane said they did not want to do. They did not want to lose weight to those guys today because they were about 1 pound behind yesterday. So, hey, they're over 14.5 pounds for 2 days in a row. That is a feat no one else has accomplished, so they're well on their way to having a little bit of a lead at least going into the final day.
Yeah, not what it was at the first few hours of fishing today, but they still retain that lead, and we are so happy to be able to bring all of this to you. We got 2.5 more hours of fishing on the way. Down here in Texas Gulf Coast, Port Aransas, and man, oh man, it's looking up. The sky looks a little bit higher than it was, and we've got some guys making some pretty intelligent moves, it would seem, as we go into the afternoon here. So we will see how these different strategies unwind as we go through the rest of day number 2 here in Texas.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Chugging on into the final half of day number 2, we have reached the halfway point in this tournament. 3 days of fishing in this Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. We have 10 teams out there, some of them what we call our all-star teams with a redfish angler and Bassmaster Elite Series angler, and we've got our 5 qualifiers from the top redfish tournament trails across the country who have qualified for this as well. That's the way it looks unofficially right now. According to Bass Track, team of Eddie Adams and Sean O'Connell from Louisiana, who fished the Texas Redfish Trail, have shown their Texas chops here for sure. 31 pounds and 2 ounces, just upgraded moments ago to widen the gap between them. And a streaking Rickard and Zaldane, our defending champions, who have suddenly found their pace, found their what had them going all through yesterday in the second half of this day.
So, you know, you gotta wonder in their A spot, Rickard and Zaldane, I've said it a few times today, did they burn up their A spot and they released 20 or so fish. They had 15 8 at 9 o'clock or 9:30 yesterday morning, and they kept catching 7-pounders, and maybe today they needed one of those 7-pounders. Looks like they went back to their original spot, their A spot.
And you mentioned that before they probably catch one and make us look smart. But you mentioned that this area should be protected, shouldn't be an issue. But with the wind, it takes time to switch, and they're, in the bottom 5 miles of this 85-mile playing field. It takes a little while for that northeast wind to affect it, and finally pump water to it.
But now we've caught a few, so they figured they'd show us off a little bit.
Yep.
We've got one decent one and one cheaper again.
Yeah.
But we're getting a decent number of bites right through here.
Yeah, there's a good bit of fish in general in here. A bunch of bait, a bunch of life. Feel real good about this whole stretch. And we got a bunch of drift left to work. So Scott, we got something getting blown up here in front of us. Mullet just got its life ended up there. Pull us down right here.
See the body language of Rickard and Zaldane. They are not happy with today so far. You can see everything.
It's time to go big or go home.
Absolutely. Yeah, we need big bites only. Big bites only.
Yeah. No, he ain't converting me, but I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone.
Yeah.
My comfort zone's that small paddle tail that I've done very well on, but I am not scared to throw something new and throw something different. Especially when it produces a 9.
Here it comes, get ready, guys.
Ooh, man, bunch of.
What you see?
Made that cast and like 3 different mullet jumped
Shattered?
all at once, dude. Wow, that was weird. It's really weird.
You surprised to see a 6 to 7 inch swim bait work as well as it has the last 2 years?
Very much so.
Yeah, even though it's a single hook, so the hookup ratio is going to be good when they bite it, but they've missed a lot of smaller topwaters, to be able to get that.
It's like throwing a beaver.
I know.
That's what you would say.
Yeah.
He had a beaver on the back of that thing.
The biggest thing that surprised me is most of the time when you have fish that are pressured, fish that are have been fished for quite a bit, you go small.
I mean, Mike,
you go
is so
smaller
funny,
in your
dude.
presentation, and that usually works well. But
Mercer
in this
got closer
particular
to him.
case,
He's like,
I would
"You're
have thought
awkward,
that a
aren't you?"
7-inch
You
swim bait
got super close
is
to him.
too big. But guess
He
what?
said, Mike told me later, he's like, I don't know if that dude knew what to think of me.
Oh, he's Dave Mercer's seen
I
it
said,
all,
Mercer's
man.
the perfect guy to be able to be doing that to you.
Oh, yeah.
It just goes to show that you're eliminating a 4-pound bite. And so now your lure has
Back
more
on
time
our,
to be
first
seen by a
spot
bigger
here.
fish. And it certainly worked for him yesterday.
It's, with tidal water fishing, it's totally okay to go back through like some of your best stuff, because in theory, tidal water fishing every hour is different. Every single hour, every 30 minutes is different, really. So you're constantly looking for those kind of tidal windows where things happen, where fish push up into these flats, whether it's outgoing, high. This particular area is a really good low water spot. But this will be our second go around through this spot here.
Well, what we got playing for us here is we don't have near the floating grass. We still have the lines, kind of the lanes that Chris was talking about, but we don't have as much grass in these lanes, so we're actually able to get a bait through here and not have such a frustrating time trying to keep a bait clean. So we've got a good opportunity to get a good upgrade right here. We catch one out of here, this upper slot, it's going to be a hammer.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. It's a big fish spot, and that's what we need.
Hey, so see like this? See this right here? Chris, see this what I'm saying? All these holes off the shallow spot?
Dude, yes.
We might need to make that later.
Yes. They were trying to get there yesterday.
So you can see they're in a trough, Tommy. You got shallower potholes to the right, and you have that sandbar to the left there. And what they're doing is they're sitting in what would be considered a little trough, a depression that probably goes down the length of this flat.
This is like right here, spot-wise.
And they're fishing GPS spots where they actually had caught fish before, so when you see it from the drone,
or the west end of the flat is cleaner than this. Like it kind of starts cleaning there.
when you see it from the drone, it's real obvious that there's a depth contour there to the right and to the left, which makes the lane a lot smaller, a lot more narrow, which keeps them in the fish zone better.
Get him, dude.
Nope.
What is that?
Trout.
Sure, bro?
Yeah. I mean, he ain't great, whatever he is.
I think he was rolling like a redfish.
Might be a redfish, be small. He's definitely a red, just smaller. I think
Red.
he's 6.
Oh my gosh, I just got tagged. Woo. How dark that one is, man.
Resident fish.
Gives you a great idea of the bay boat setup that Skeeter has. You know, all the Skeeters come rigged with the Yamaha outboards, and you know, again, the bay boat style is part of the format of this particular Redfish Cup. That's why you don't see any of those towers, or they're not allowed to stand on cooler
roll
or the
this bait up,
console,
dude.
or even stand on the seat for added height. It just keeps the playing field a lot more even for everybody.
Especially when you have people who've
You got
qualified
hit?
from Florida, from Louisiana, Texas, all
you ruined
different
it, brother.
trails, all different styles.
Like it's
and
so
just
loose.
making
It's
uniform.
like
Got it.
it's
I got you.
severely loose. Can't even keep it in there. Hold on, let me maybe if I could just pinch
If you
it.
reposition, if you bring
I'm just
it
pinching
forward.
it, see if
Yep.
I can pinch it and keep it.
Oh, this one's good.
It's like so loose in there.
Yeah, here.
Done?
Yep.
Frick.
I got you. Take that little nub off, would you?
Yep. Yeah, he hit it hard. For what it's worth, that came from my left side.
Rickard and Zaldane labor on in their original spot there.
This is why red fishing is so
Martin
fun.
Willis.
Because I'm fishing with the exact rods that I fish tournaments with. This is my exact tournament rod I had on tour, my exact reel, 50-pound braid. This is actually 30-pound braid.
There he is. Oh, he popped loose, Scott.
Ooh. I heard a
Same
little drag
spot.
going on over there. Uh-oh. Trout, you think?
Yeah, he came back. It's a little trout.
Oh, something blew up out there.
He
But anyways,
busted
here's the other
loose.
thing. Chatterbait.
Pulled
That's a
my
really
pants
good bass
down.
lure, obviously. That's it. I mean, the other things we're throwing, wheelless spoons and swim baits. I mean, you're watching the live coverage. You're seeing everybody's kind of doing similar stuff. I mean, it's not the baits or the secret. It's more area, obviously. Such a vast fishery here, and it's so particular on the bait, the depth, the bottom type, and all that. So, and with the way the wind's been the last 2 days and cloud cover, it's just hard to. It's hard to visually look out there and go, oh, I can see this or I can see that, because it's just so windy. But
Yeah, this wind has definitely made it hard for anybody that had a sight fishing plan, for sure. It's been bait. It's been bait and water depth has been a big thing. And anywhere we can come across all these mullet jumping like this, I mean, we've got a bunch of them right here. These sand holes, backsides of these sand holes. I was kind of like this when I hit last time. Didn't feel like a monster, but didn't feel like a trout either.
All 20 anglers had a sight fishing plan. They all love to sight fish for sure. But not today. Overcast and blowing 25. Out of the wrong direction.
Now, if you're a guide down there on a day like this, I'm thinking most of your clients would want to be doing what we've seen some of these other teams doing back in the woods a little bit, as you might say, shallower water where you can see them push. You know, that's what's fun about red fishing. You know, you can pick them up what they're doing, the little puffs of mud and so forth like that. But
now we just passed.
This is not the fun thing, but this is what you got to do to win, perhaps.
Right. And the popping cork with the jig and the soft plastic underneath. That's that's what every guide's go-to. That's what they use.
I'll say this, it's a different mindset. I know in bass fishing, guides that go out and compete, they can catch big ones and they can do well in tournaments, but their mindset when they take clients on charters, it's to catch numbers, to have fun doing it, and to find populations.
Yeah.
But numbers here this week, 4-pounders don't get you anything, and it's a different mindset adjustment, finding 5 fish that are good size than 50 fish you'll catch in a day that are undersized.
O'Connell's got a good one on here. This could stretch their lead.
Came over here.
I got him.
You remember, Tommy, what their small fish is?
Down the water.
6 to 6.5 range. 7-pounder. And
there you go. Come up the front. Keep them down.
That's their small fish. Ooh. Just go ahead and put a 9-pounder on the deck. Oh, God.
Yeah,
yeah, baby.
Dad, here's a fish.
That's a good one.
Whew, that's a good one.
Get the board.
I'm gonna get the board out now.
Yeah. Maybe a little close, but I think he's gonna make it.
That's a game changer right there, baby. That's a game changer.
Game changer.
For today?
Oh, shit, any day. Good fish. Gotta be 8-pounder, I would think.
Yeah.
Hope he measures. He's pretty big.
Push their weight up over another pound if it
That's
is
the one right there.
28 inches.
That's the one. Come on, baby.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Too long.
Wait.
Get your thing out.
Wait.
Pinch out?
Wait.
That's an over.
Oh, come on, guys. Put the
perfect
pinch
pinch
on
Break
there.
Hotel.
27.5. Look at that.
Uh-oh. I don't know, boys.
Let's
You
just
see how it shrinks?
Fins up. Hold on, watch.
Be the only way you can put that one in.
And that's the good part about
about as
this.
close as it gets right there.
Yeah, he gets a little close. He's definitely no doubt over, though. I mean,
There's that line right there.
Sean's 9-pounder for the day.
Let's just see.
Flip it.
I mean, you can feel with him. If you got to try and make a measure that much, you pretty much over.
Yeah.
God, what a god.
That'd have been.
Beautiful fish, man.
Yeah.
He's heavy too. He's over 9 pounds, I bet you.
For sure.
Yep.
What you got, 9?
Almost 9.5, almost. A little over 9.
Yeah.
That would definitely be a fish that would golly, beautiful redfish, man. I mean,
Now, here's what I would say. Here you are in the lead. You don't want to take a 7-pounder out of the well and roll the dice with that on day 2.
Oh, no doubt. You come in with one and a penalty would be bad.
However, if you're Scott Martin and Jonathan Willis and you need a big kicker fish, you need to roll the dice.
Well, we saw with Houston and Huddle. We know that they were both touching that upper end so close to have, 19 pounds for 2 fish. They can only get so fat and be a 26-incher. Those are always going to be pushing that upper end.
You know what I'm saying? If you're Cincy and Kennedy, maybe you put that fish in the well. You got nothing to lose. And if that fish goes on the scale, or I'm sorry, goes on the measuring board,
to our right, well to our right.
and he tightens up, then guess what? That fish maybe measures, and you're in the game now, or you made a big leap.
That would have been, like they said, a game changer. If they make a pound cull there with that fish, let's just say it's that much on the other side of 28, on the good side. That's a pound cull for the leaders, and it would put them over 32, which means a tournament that was 14 to 14.5 pounds a day to win, according to people, they would have had 16 on average for the first 2 days.
Yeah, that's bone crushing. That's some pretty math there, Mr. Ronnie.
It's the only reason why I'm here. I'm just kidding.
Again, Zaldane and Rickard fishing in their A spot has not treated them well today,
Boy,
Tommy.
it's been a minus for them all day long.
The question is, again,
Tell you one thing,
that north wind, different presentation, is that why? Or do they all have sore face?
Yeah. Some of them do. A lot of them.
Yes, they do.
It's been a trying day. We've only got one keeper in the box right now.
Couple of shorts. Just everything flipped from yesterday. Wind direction, bite. Everything but our attitudes.
Mike turned the music on to try to change the luck.
That's Mike's radio on?
Yeah.
That's what we hear. He's serenading Brandon.
There we go.
Make a move here shortly. Felt kind of fishy.
Loving the slow jams.
Yeah, man. Listen, you got to do
So
what you
far,
got to
it's
do
been
in order
very
to do what you
slow.
need to
Seems
do.
like
Yep.
the water
You got to change your present reality. You
Even
start
than
with
it was yesterday.
the things you can change.
Exactly.
Which I imagine has got these
I wonder
fish
if I can get him to send me that playlist.
changed a little bit. He'd probably push it out a little further.
Yeah.
Temperature drop too.
Probably can't even hear us.
It looks like Marino and Favre.
Crazy part is there's still plenty of
see
bait.
some fish.
There might even be more bait here today,
They were moving rather quickly.
but less
Big
red.
paws of bait. Mullet, everything.
Less redfish. Less red.
If I'd have been standing on the trolling motor, I'd have made it all right.
Oh no. Tail folded up.
Me and him used to be partners. That's like height. I would be like Gary compared to Jamie. Like Jamie and Nikki. They freaking
What's
huge.
that right there?
That was a good fish.
See, they're getting a little light,
Someone have been out there seeing
Marino and Favre, and they're
After
starting
he
to
got
see
so far
fish
this way, I
pushing.
couldn't see him no more.
Looks like Roy and Logan are also got a little sunlight, not quite as dark.
That's what's very cool about this sport, Tommy, Rick, that you can go 6, 7, hopefully not 7.5 hours with nada, like Roy and Logan. The 2 right casts and everyone at the weigh-in thinks you're the man and you've been catching them all day long because the stat sheet doesn't tell the full story, but you can make up a terrible day of fishing in your last 30 minutes and go home a happy man. And so today that's what some of these guys are trying to do, like Polinick and Goodwine, Willis and Martin, and Roy and Logan for sure.
That's the power of the 2-fish limit, for sure.
Yeah, and 2-fish team, you know, having 2 guys.
And it's easy to get down on yourself, but I've always preached that in bass fishing as well. If I have time for 5 casts, I have time to still be in whatever tournament we're in.
Yeah.
Leader could have 22 pounds and I don't know about it, but I could catch 22 on 5 casts. You know, and these guys with 2 casts, it's got to be more encouraging, and might be a little one, but Logan's hooked up.
Yeah.
I love the analogy that you gave yesterday to where with it being 2 guys and they pull up to a school and you only got to catch 2 fish, each guy making 1 cast could be go from a 0 to a hero in 2 casts.
Feel more grassier than back there.
I can tell you at this stage in the game for some of these teams though, with the weather beating on you and the wind blowing like it is, like Roy and Logan, you know, and now you're in day 2 of this, it's just so frustrating. I know how they feel. Oh, I've felt it so many times myself.
It's gonna be a tank. It ain't gonna be no 4 times that money.
It's hard to stay up, you know, stay positive.
Sprinkle on the shallower flats. Like we dipped into some of
We're
that.
still on the flat right here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And you caught that 7.5 up there, or 7 3/4?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that wind was pounding on that side. That's true. Yeah, we might need to make that drift.
So White and Mills got sun, guys.
Yeah, they're, I guess, farther west than anyone, and that's the way it's going to, direction it's going to clear from the west.
You can see the blue sky there in front of them. You know, and I don't know exactly where he's fishing, but boy, they've been comfortable all day. They were comfortable yesterday as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hanging in there in 4th place. Got under 10 pounds.
Oh, good, he has to fit red.
Jump a couple of big
swimming
ones.
at me.
Yep.
Nope.
3 or 4.
Nope.
Need the net?
Nope.
No.
Nope. So much more red, dude.
They are.
It's just a matter of time, dude. We're gonna get another good one. They're here. There you go. He gone. Dang it, Chris. He hit it so hard it's jacked up again. Let me see if I can.
It's okay if the hook goes up, you know, over it.
Very light bite, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if these size fish are still here, these bigger fish are here. They're here somewhere.
A lot more color to them.
What's that, buddy?
So they got a lot more color to them, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So Chris and Chris look like they're starting to get a little sun now, and they're not very far from the takeoff. And we know Mills and White are to the north of the takeoff, so you're 100% correct, Tommy. I'm surprised we haven't seen more popping corks with a scented soft plastic underneath it with these
12 o'clock.
conditions.
All of our holes are to our right. Out that way.
There's Kennedy's
245.
fishing one.
Port Aransas, Texas, it's been a fishing destination for well over a century, about a century and a quarter and more. It's the perfect setup for inshore angling like we're seeing here. People like to go out, make a long run, get out there deep and catch them too. See all kinds of boats at the wharf in the harbor there. Adams and O'Connell hanging onto that lead right there. Rickard and Zaldane come roaring back in the second half of the day. What news story will we have? Stick around. We'll be right back.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is sponsored by Humminbird, Yamaha, and by TH Marine.
Well, from Galveston Bay, Orange, Texas, even all the way down to the end of Padre Island, just great saltwater opportunities, great fishing places here on the Texas Gulf Coast. Over here. Take a look at our playing field.
Tommy, we're talking about the lower Laguna Madre down near Bird Island. That's the most southern part of our boundary. It's about 32 miles from the takeoff. And then as we move further north, we go across Corpus Christi Bay, and then we get to the Port Aransas ship channel. And then to the north, from there all the way north to Port O'Connor Jetty is our northern boundary, which is about 50 miles north of Port Aransas' ship channel. A lot of territory, a lot of great habitat for big redfish. And as you can see, we've got some of these jetties and inlets that bring in a lot of beautiful Gulf water as well.
Great scenes we've been treated to of this unique place over the past couple of days. Just a treat to be able to come to this part of the country. We don't get to see it too often, and it's always great to be here. You know, see how bountiful the sea can be.
You're absolutely right. And when you think about the island from Port Aransas, where we had Mercer on there riding down the golf cart, from there, that's the south side of the ship channel, all the way to Port Mansfield. That's Mustang Island, 70 miles. And the only way to access it is from taking the ferry over to Port Aransas, and then you can get on the beach there. There's no way to access it except by boat if you're down in Port Mansfield. But that's a long ways.
This is where Texas people go when they want to drive to the beach. This is one of the main areas they go to. Want to go fishing? Ditto, same thing.
Get that rod out of your way, you good?
So Rickert and Zaldane are in the moving mode.
Lost my mic. All right, guys.
We're not used to seeing our boys, the defending champions,
Hey, no, the can's fine, so it's smaller. It's fine.
Recycle that.
Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
moving around so much.
I have left.
Well, they were pretty much homebodies last year and were yesterday for sure. Kind of stuck in the same spot.
Could always be a good thing, you know, if you
like
have
that,
to
brand new bait.
bust up your spot on day one, it doesn't produce on day two, so you go make do somewhere else and survive. Maybe now you have two options for Championship Sunday, you know?
Right.
You can now lean on both. If one fires, one doesn't, you're not stuck. You can make that move because you did it the day prior.
Got them all sizes out here.
So you think Trait made those sandwiches for that team? Is that a curveball for you, Ronnie? What are you thinking, Tommy?
I haven't thought about it. I haven't considered that.
I have not either.
Those are homemade sandwiches, came in a Ziploc. They weren't wax paper wrap, bro.
I mean, if Trait is editing all of Chris's videos back home,
debate.
I think he's got to do this.
Yeah, it may be his job. But I understand. I think they're all there.
Okay, so
Trait,
I'm a total
kids,
like. There's a
mom
lot of
and
sauce
dad.
on this pizza.
Chris's mom and
That's
dad.
my
I
only
believe they're all there.
Ding on the pizza score here. Stingrays, Port Aransas, Texas. I don't like a lot of sauce. I do like the thin crust. I do like the cheese they're using. I like the pepperoni, the jalapenos, and pineapple they put on it. It's just a little too much pizza sauce for me. But I'll tell you what, at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock, whatever time it is, on a Saturday, in the bay, saltwater fishing with, 14 pounds, or how much do we have? 13 pounds?
13 pounds.
In the live well, that's a really good pizza.
You know what else he likes? Big glasses.
Yeah. yeah, strikingly big. Fashion forward, that's the whole deal.
Confirmation, obviously, his review told it all there, but it was leftovers. So obviously, you know, we can at least rule that out. Right.
Listen,
You're not going to get me in trouble today.
Domino's delivers, baby. I just wonder if he had him deliver.
We've got a 7-pound average right now, don't we?
Over that.
Over?
Yeah, we almost had 16 pounds yesterday. We got 13 today. 14.7, so it's 14 and a half. 7.25. We're averaging about what we did last year to win it.
They're trying to make themselves feel better. They don't realize the guys that are in front of them are 15 and a half pound average.
Inching ahead. But I'll say if his only qualms with the pizza was too much sauce, you can order it with light sauce. So I think that he's good to go for tonight if he wants to adjust. You know, like slight adjustment there.
Dude, there's no such thing as too much sauce.
I don't know. I'm with him on the light sauce.
Oh, Tommy, how do you like it? How do you
I like the
that
thin
pizza?
crust. I do like thin crust.
Lots of sauce?
Yeah, it depends on how good the sauce is. Your mileage varies so much on sauce.
See, Rick, you feel like you should be in Chicago where all the cheese is under the sauce.
Dude, I'm the Murph man. I want meat madness. You know what I mean? I'm the meat lover.
You want the
special
carnivore
dude.
pizza.
Yeah. I want the sausage, the pepperoni, all the meats.
No pineapple.
No. That's too fruity for me, man. Too much. Too fruity. Look, they're passing
now zebra cakes.
Come on.
No, zebra cakes. That's
Was
top
that little
tier
white
boat
donuts?
snack.
Is that what? No,
No, those are zebra cakes. Those are yeah.
That could be a game changer. The next cast could be a 9-pounder.
Oh, that's still
after
top
a zebra
tier.
cake.
100%.
Hey, look at my pizza droppings. He's gonna be so mad when he's watching the boat later. I'm sorry.
Oh, you put that zebra cake on a jig head, just bounce off the bottom.
I will not be mad. Only way I'll not be mad is you go ahead and stick a 9 right here. You stick a 9, you can take a Duke on the boat. I don't even care.
You got to catch a 9 to deuce the deck. Oh, come on.
They like to eat like the rest of us, but boy, they like to catch fish too, and they proved it last year, this team of Brian Rickard and Chris Zaldane. Brian Rickard, lots of experience, tournament trails for redfish, and so many second places, but yet to break through with a win. Well, this is the year he got it done.
It was so awesome to experience the fact that he had 17 going into the Cup last year, 17 second place finishes, never had a one, and we got to watch him win his first one right here on Bassmaster. It was just, what a cool way for him to break out the big day.
Great way to break through, yeah. The most visible way you can do it.
Yes, the Super Bowl of red fishing.
Head's not moving. You got it.
Just making all the right moves. Landing on a spot that held the right size. That's how you do it, and they did it last year. A couple more big ones today, and they'll be poised to do the same thing again. At least have an opportunity to do the same.
Right off of it. When I was stumbling, I was like, what went through my head was like the layout of it. Like, I was just trying to feel the layout, and I was just like, oh boy, this little guy right here went through my head. This one.
Ryan keeps eating pizza and zebra cakes, so he's going to need a bigger shirt for next year.
I will say what was huge for both these guys who are accomplished anglers in their own sports, both of them have been dubbed as the guy who comes up just short of winning something. So to see them both last year come from behind and win it, I know that was big for Ryan's mindset,
for the
but
pizza,
also
stingrays.
makes you feel so much better.
Chris
when you
had a
return.
couple of
Yeah,
seconds.
he had multiple the year
It's not
prior.
a real review unless you say something negative. If it's like a full-on review, then you either know the owner of the pizza joint or you just don't know. You got. That's what reviews are for, right? Negativity. You gotta have a little bit of negativity in there. Otherwise, it's not genuine.
One 9 and we're sitting pretty. Real pretty. We know you're here.
So I'm doing a little math here. If Rickard and Zaldane catch 2 9s tomorrow, that's 18 pounds.
God, the air got light, dude. Like,
That's
it
gonna
seems
give
like
them
there was a little bit
46,
lower pressure this morning.
almost 47.
Seems like.
And if Adams and O'Connell
High-
continue to
those
catch
clouds are
their
getting higher.
16 average, or close to 16, that's going to
This
give
is about
them
where your boys blew
the same
out
amount.
of.
It could be within ounces.
If they have 19 tomorrow for Rickard and Zaldane, they have almost
Let us drift down a little more.
48. They'll have 47 and high 47s with 19. So, yeah.
And if Adams and O'Connell catch 16, they're going to have 47 too.
Yes, exactly.
So it could be close.
It's what you always want to do in bass fishing. We always say if you're the leader,
Nice
you want
holes
to
right here,
make
though,
second,
right underneath us.
and the rest of the field catch the biggest bag of the tournament to be able to beat you. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Make them do something no one's done all week.
Make them beat you. Yeah, I like it.
I feel like these fish definitely, like, they roam less, you know, on flats on days like today.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
They're
They're
more
definitely sitting.
like hole related, like just
Oh,
like you
yeah.
said, sitting.
Yeah, they're definitely
Like that's why those 2 bites occurred. All the bites occurred in the wedge. It was just those drop-offs and roll-offs where they'll just sit.
Old ambushy points.
Yeah, instead of hunting on flats, like they did yesterday about
They
this
will
time.
tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I just think this barometric pressure now with that wind out of the north is certainly having a big role on the bigger fish attitude, you know? And again, there's no telling what would happen if we got a little bit of sunshine. If you think about it, Tommy, you know, a redfish is a pretty tropical fish in regards to, he likes high humidity. So when you have the southeast wind, that's that high humidity. In the heat of the summer in Texas, that's when they have the biggest schools of redfish swimming through the flats. You know, so that redfish likes it, you know, like a Floridian. We like it hot and sticky, and that's the way it feels. And there's a lot of fish that are like that, you know. The redfish seems to be the one of them. And today, north wind, cold wind, blowing hard, that's not the tropical type of scenario. It doesn't feel like that. And then obviously, to me, it looks like it's affecting the big fish bite. We're not seeing as many big fish being, you know, caught. We've had a couple, and those are in live wells, but there hasn't been
You know
many
what's interesting so
upgrades
far, though,
over
bro? Think
6
about
pounders
this.
today.
Both of our drifts so far, all of our bites have came from the southern end of the flat, right? We ain't got a bite up this far yet, right?
Yeah, no.
They've all came from that down end.
And yesterday it was a northern. That's why I asked you about
You
how,
might be. You might.
how they put how
you-
the wind pushes them that
You
way.
very well could be onto it right there for
I know
this.
that's with shad. Like it'll push shad, you know. and
Yeah,
it just-
bait fish for sure
yeah,
does it.
Yeah.
Make a move to our farthest north team. Barney White, Dwayne Mills, Elite Redfish Series Team of the Year for 2022.
This ain't good.
Well, look how comfortable that fishing
I have to
looks.
make a decision on that bank.
He had 14 pounds yesterday. Then smallest fish right now, the 9-pound, 10-ounce limit is 410.
All right, Hill.
See, so these guys went back to your popping cork, Tommy. You know, and that popping cork.
Nah. Cookie cutters today. We still got. Let's see what you got. Let's go. He's fully. Yeah. 5 pound. 5 pound, baby.
That'll help the cause.
Yeah.
5 or 6 ounces.
Yeah, half a pound or whatever it is, it's better than nothing. Better than old stick in the eye, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Both are now over 5 for them, those 2 fish.
Transducers put off in the back of the boat as far as what fish can hear.
I mean, there is a noise, yeah.
Like a clicking noise?
Yeah. You don't ever run one?
Normally not.
Turn the, what's well, you got a little button,
Aiken and Cook sitting on the
Came up
3rd
foil
best
behind
stringer
there,
of the
missed me.
day among our 10 teams,
Right in
just
front of
under
there.
12 pounds.
I mean,
Looks like Drew's gonna make a change.
Bait. I'm gonna give me some bait.
It just must be uncomfortable. I mean, miserable. Here we are at high noon or a little past, and we got guys still wearing bibs and wearing jackets, and that wind blowing that hard out of the north. We all know that the north wind just is cool.
Yeah, man.
It's cold. And the
Takes your
guys
body
look-
heat
Where we at?
And the only other spot we got is a boat hole where we go to Sulphur.
Yeah, I don't
Where he's
think
at 1818. He may have gone to 1818.
That's right there where we started.
Huh?
That's right here.
1818 is?
That's from the end of the canal.
Oh. Oh, you just go out a little bit further?
That's close, right to the, what you call the 7 3/4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right at the end of the right, a little bit further out.
Yeah, a little bit further south, yeah.
I thought it was on the other side further north.
No, salt. I would guess that's that salt area though. We could try that. Somebody's catching. We ain't been live much today.
Pardon? What'd you say?
I said ain't been live much today. Somebody's catching. I don't know.
Ronnie, is the forecast still for tomorrow to be light winds out of the south?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, hold on, maybe we see where we at on that GPS.
See if it's
Time
adjusted
moving now.
since the storm passed through last night.
Yeah.
We ain't that far past the duck line.
No, we're by the island. Aren't we? No, the island's way up there.
Right there.
Oh, shit, we're not that far. My bad. Good trout.
He's just a trout. pull it up here. I'd rather pull up here and start taking drag though. But it's swimming right at me. It's so crazy how fish will do that. Just swim right at you like ain't no big deal.
Looks like it's south wind at about 8 to
like
12.
Reel in when they do that.
And then it gets up to, 12 to 15, and then it goes back to 8 to 12. So it stays in the blue all day from the south.
But like even like when we're
Rain
drifting
at 4
shallow
o'clock
flats
in the
and stuff,
morning,
sight
rain at
fishing,
4 or 5 o'clock in
even
the
the
morning.
prop noise, like our TRPs are two props
a
and they'll
little
sit there and
drizzle.
kind of rotate.
Spotted sea trout.
And you still get prop noise,
Or
when
is
they're
that just
when they're in
today?
gear, but it makes a little bit of a difference sometimes,
Yeah.
Looks like it's supposed to be just 10 to
That's where
20%
landing
chance
part,
of
I
rain
think,
all
should
day.
be here in the
And
sun.
sunny throughout the
Just
day,
trying to think
pretty
of
much,
the reason
right?
why we
Right.
can't get
So
close
that's
enough
going to be
redfish
good.
on this.
Yeah.
We've had this problem since we started,
Partly cloudy, mostly sunny, whichever one you prefer to choose. I feel like they're the same thing.
Mostly sunny because the glass is always half full.
You and I have drug some lures over miles of flats this week.
Yeah.
We had this little bit of a downturn yesterday at this time.
Yeah, we
we
did.
thought
Told you
maybe
it's
it was
just a
because of
day
the
long.
wind, blowing so hard. But maybe it's the lunar tide tables, the peak times of when deer feed and cows stand up and feed, as well as the fish are feeding. Maybe we're down in, and it's not the time. The prime feed is off. Who knows? The shadow.
It's the funny thing. No matter what species it is.
Ooh. Come on, catch a big 9-pounder, Graham.
Taylor and Moore sitting in 6th place with 10 pounds even on the day. 21.5 total.
Got 2 5s essentially, or a 4 and a 6, huh?
Yeah, if you want to, go ahead.
Four and a half of them are smaller, we're told.
He
Feels
may
like
be,
a better fish, Cobble.
could be fishing a light drag too,
See, we hadn't heard it come out. It's just, I think he's.
Oh, when he first hooked them, it ran
on the
40,
initial,
50
yeah.
feet.
Same size fish. A little better.
Patented run when they see the boat.
Yes.
A little bit. It's a little better.
Skinny.
What? Moving up just a little bit. Man, the hits.
You see how these
hit
guys
good.
got their net and their measuring stick out? I'm just telling you. That's a Murphy's Law bad juju right there, Tommy.
That one's for you, Maverick, if you're
Gotta
watching,
put it
boy.
away. You
back
gotta
home.
put it away. You never
I
need
know
it.
you wanted me to mention you fishing. I know you're going to be a fisherman too. That's more than
like 4.5. See. 4 3/4. I think we should get the digi and try to. See which one's which.
You got a little upgrade there.
I mean, this is the smaller one. Of those two. So. This fish is better. That fish right there is better. I can tell just by the head of it. So, this one's got to go. All right.
So time management, Tommy. whether it's a bass tournament, a sailfish tournament, or the Redfish Cup, is critical. And you got both those guys messing around with a 4-pounder in the back of the boat.
Yeah, somebody could be fishing, right?
Should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? As they say, sometimes you got to celebrate the win, or you got to just celebrate something
Show some
positive.
solidity with your partner there. Drew Cook hooked up.
Yeah, Cook is hooked up. And this year, it's
Pretty
2nd through
giant.
10th get paid as well, so we'll see some ounces and make some money this week.
That's right. Good point.
Drew
Have a
Cook's
jacked
got
up tail, dude.
He could have a jacked up tail, that's true.
Golly, these things are bad, dude.
That's old mama bear right there. Hopefully, sometimes they get shorter when they get up here.
I sure hope he does.
Is that on the chatterbait, or did you put that black and chartreuse back on?
Black and chartreuse back on.
Got a 5.6 as their smallest.
And you got to remember their first fish of the day was 690, almost a 7-pounder.
Yeah.
So another one comparable, they'll be in that 14 to 15 range as well.
Oh, that's a big one.
You got some shoulders.
Come on now.
I'm hoping for Drew that fish measures.
Hey, we didn't specify on the big one we wanted what we wanted. Oh. Oh, that net's awesome job.
Wow. Oh, he's long, isn't he?
We'll get the board out on her, but I'm pretty sure she's over. It's a big one, though.
Freaking thick.
She is thick. She'd be about 30.
Oh, 30-incher.
Do we have a rules change? We can bring in one over today? This one probably weighs more than our two. Should be 30 inches is what she should be, somewhere in that range. Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
What she
cow.
is.
Almost off the board.
Oh, 30.
Look at
a big
that
one.
fish's tail. See how it's so pointy
too
there,
big.
Ronnie?
Yep. It happens.
That's the kind of stuff.
the way our days
that
going,
if you
that
got a
bite
20
don't feel bad.
No, a bite.
That's pretty. My old partner Drew's been kicking my butt today, but I'm okay with that. Let's go catch a smaller one.
That's a 10-pounder, huh?
We got to rewire ourselves, Tommy. Let's go catch a smaller one. We've
Yeah.
never said that on the Bassmaster Lead Series.
Yeah.
But the slot limit is key this week.
Yeah.
Key in conservation and key in preservation of these fish.
Yeah. Let's leave a putt 6 feet short. Adams and O'Connell forging on through the day there. We're getting closer and closer to our weigh-in time, but still plenty of time to do a lot of damage out there to wreck the competition for just a little bit. Rickard and Zaldane moving up. All the rest of them, we're about to step away for just a minute here, and we'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Still lots of fishing time left in this incredible place with this incredible view. The lay of the land under the water there.
Welcome back to the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship in Port Aransas, Texas, presented by Skeeter Boats. And second year running this event, Captain Rick Murphy. And last year we got to see the winners win $50,000. This year the prize pool has been upped, $75,000 for the winners, and everyone else gets some kind of chunk of change. So if you feel like you're out of it a day and a half in this tournament, there's still something to fight for.
Yeah, $100K in prize money going out to the 10 guys. And you're 100% right. $75,000 going to go to the top place, $6,000 for second, and so on and so on. But you know, when I look at this aerial, Ronnie, of this place, you know, it reminds me of the Everglades in that every single inch of the Texas coast looks like it's habitat to support a redfish or sea trout, a flounder, and man, it hasn't disappointed.
It's hard to beat what you find in Louisiana, Texas, and honestly any state that kind of surrounds the Gulf with all the species that are in play. And so we head out to Chris Zaldane and Ryan Rickard trying to upgrade their bag and catch the leaders right now.
Feel good?
Button, bro.
Does he feel good?
No.
It's a vivid one. No.
Not at all. Not at all. You know when they do that thing, like right when you stick them, they just thrash?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did
Got
that.
him.
My man.
That one's not going to afford an upgrade for the team of Rickard and Zaldane.
You just, again, you never know. The one thing that's great about fishing in general, bass, redfish, whatever you may be fishing for, we can never control what bites our hook. We could just be out there fishing and all of a sudden you get a bite. You throw into a school of fish that are 8-pounders and you come out of there with a 6-pounder. Again, you can't control the bite. But what they are getting a little bit of is a little bit of sunshine. Let's see if it changes things. A little bit.
Roy and Logan with a small one, but they mentioned just a second ago, bigger than what they've been catching. Not the best sign, but hey, like you mentioned, oh man,
Drew
Cook and
Cook has
Aiken,
got a big bend in the rod.
Last one they hooked up with was over 30.
Good long like that other one. See him right there?
Say what?
See him right there?
That's yours?
No.
It's a good one, Drew.
Is it?
Yeah. See, now I can't tell. Look good, yeah, he's good. Golly, he got smaller. I'm doing a great job netting your fish here, bub.
Right
You're like,
for the
will you put him in the net?
Got to be over 5'6" to help.
Good one, isn't it?
Oh,
yeah, he's
I'm
little.
gonna say that's
Look
over
better out there.
5'6".
And it's got to be under 28 to help.
Yeah.
That's what we need to worry about with these guys.
Gosh, that
Well
looks like the other
said,
one he
Ronnie
caught.
Moore, well said.
Didn't look like it might have
Yeah, been a long, long.
All right, now I guess if we could have everybody at home cross their
What was that? Say
fingers.
the other one was 560?
It's not as long as the other one, but I think he may be over.
Well, the other one was 30, you
Yeah.
know. Look, Kevin's not even measuring him.
Nah, he
so
looks bigger than that.
Just wants to see if he's bigger than the 5-pounder they have
I
in
mean,
the
not
well.
much bigger, but
6'2".
He looked big when they laid him on the deck.
same program as yesterday.
Everyone's waiting. What you mean?
We gotta weigh the other one.
Okay.
Do a little coal here. I'm gonna give you, huh? I'm gonna reweigh him here in a second. I think he's a little heavier than this one.
You want me to hold him in the water?
Yeah.
Trying to eliminate the 5s in their bag and put a 6 in there to go along with their almost 7.
Might afford an ounce or two out of that one there. We'll see how it works out. We'll circle back to that as we get back out to Brandon Polnick, my good wine. Having a bit of a struggle today.
Doing what we're doing here.
Just kidding. There we go.
That's a big one.
That's him. That's him. Oh, yeah, that's him.
How about this?
Ready?
Yep. Get him.
Yes. Yeah. We back to where we was yesterday almost. My man. Just where he
Right
was.
by the boat.
Oh.
Come here, buddy.
All right.
Oh, I got you all wrapped up. There we go. Hey. Chill.
Yesterday, this team did 50% of their job. They had a 7 and a 4-pounder to have 11 pounds.
Gosh.
They had another 7. They'd be in a whole different range.
He ate it
So
good, too.
This is the one they need today.
Just threw my swim bait.
When you get finished with that, you throw me one of them chowder baits.
There's another one already rigged up in that bag in there.
All right.
Where are those pliers at? Do you have them on?
They're right
Up.
here. Wait.
We're
Bait there.
He's converting Mike Goodwine over to a chatterbait, and now he's in search of the infamous pliers that these young guys don't ever carry.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah. Get the check to measure him, but I think he's gonna be.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
Definitely good.
23 inches.
Yep.
25.
hear him croaking. Welcome to your new home for a little bit. It's only temporary. Thanks.
That was right at the boat.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was like right there in that clean spot.
You seen the mullet come up with it?
Yeah, the one that it was like following around it. Yeah. I was like, boy, you better watch out. He gonna eat you too. Oh, he demolished that bait.
Found those pliers.
Yeah, I had another one rigged right here. Probably. Yeah. 5.5 to 6. All right, Kyle.
So he's fishing the chatterbait. Wonder what kind of tail he's using here, Tommy. Maybe we'll get lucky and Brandon will show us.
Can't find my pliers.
It's because they're in Brandon's pocket.
Gosh, those fish are strong. Fun though. Biggest key is just making
That's
sure.
when we start talking about.
How we just started talking about leaving.
About leaving. Oh.
Want to talk about your bait a little bit?
Yeah. So biggest thing is just getting this mega swimmer straight, but I cut part of the head off of it because the bait's 5.5 inches long, which sometimes I'll use the full bait bass fishing, but it seems like these reds this week are feeding on kind of that smaller 4 to 5 inch bait a lot. So I cut the head off of it, but I still like that bigger tail. Gives a lot of thump, and then that blade puts off a bunch of vibration so they can feel that bait and they can come track it down. And then the biggest thing is just making super long casts. I've got 20-pound Seagar Tatsu on here, which has quite a bit of stretch. So for those bigger reds, you still got a lot of power with them, but you've got enough stretch when that one starts digging under the boat, you can handle that. And then the other thing is I'm throwing a composite rod, so it's actually a fiberglass graphite blend. So you've got more graphite in the bottom end, which is a lot stiffer, and then you've got more glass in the top end, which is a lot softer. So it does two things. It allows that fish to absorb the bait in when they bite it, especially close to the boat, and then when you're fighting them, the rod absorbs that shock of those fish. So that's an Alpha Angler Chatterbound for the chatterbait. It's a 7.2 medium heavy. And then I got a lot of comments yesterday from that big one I caught way out on the end of a cast. I'll just show you. You can just get in the wind and you just bomb this thing. And this is a Daiwa Coastal reel actually that I got for this event. So it's a Coastal SV 7.1 to 1. That gear ratio allows you to keep that bait up off, just barely up off the bottom, and it's fast enough that you can pick up the slack when those reds knock slack in it. But that SV spool just allows you to bomb those little bit lighter baits way out there and just let them sail. And I didn't do anything. I pulled it out of the box, turned the brakes on. It's got the zero adjuster brake system in it, and you just dial them up, let her sail. It's easy. Start winding. Get on a big flat with some grass and potholes, meaning like these big sandy places that you can see. And then you just kind of target those. You want to run it right over the top of them. Act like I know what I'm talking about red fishing.
It's working.
Mentioned the long cast yesterday. Got one way at the end of it. This is it.
Now, he can't be alone.
No, he can't be.
Oh, it feels good to have two in the box, though.
Yeah.
2 hours to go.
Yeah.
Took a hot minute.
So, you know
I
what
think
amazes me about when that cast hit, he stopped to talk to Mike for 1 second, and that bait was falling. And we've been talking about this all week, is a lot of these fish are staging in those potholes, and it makes you wonder if just that little bit of a pause allowed that chatterbait with that big paddle tail to just slide into a pothole there where there was a redfish laying down.
Yeah.
And that reaction bite, which makes the redfish so famous.
And that's what I was interested about, because before, you know, past times, we've talked about this, and fishing's never an absolute, but you mentioned you don't want to break your cadence because you want to keep the vibration context so they track it. But that's when, you know, you're trying to attract multiple maybe from a distance and get them to your bait. But with these pothole fish, you're fishing for a hole that's one fish maybe sitting in. So it's more so getting it to them rather than attracting them to it.
That's correct. You know, and the reason they'll lay in the pothole, there'll be 1 or 2 in there, maybe just 1, is it's no different than in nature and everything else. If there's a whole bunch of them, then there's competition for whatever food comes by there. So they become a lot more isolated this time of year, to where they'll have their buddy that's 20 yards over and he's in his own pothole. You know, he's taking up residence in the neighborhood, but they don't want to share because the bait is not pouring over the flats quite like it would be, you know, a few months ago or a couple weeks ago.
Still drifting. Still chucking a chatterwagon. We are further out, kind of toward the main bay. I don't know if that makes a difference. But a little bit cleaner water further out. You can see where it mixes with the dirty water.
He just put a nice one in the box on the chatterbait. That chatterbait right there, and I was throwing a spoon. Guess he's throwing a chatterbait now. You ain't got to piss in my face to let me know it's raining, bro. Oh.
One way to put it.
I just want it to happen every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Just because it's fun.
Pelican's still diving on bait out here.
So, you know, we talked about this yesterday, guys, that spoon versus the chatterbait, both very...
Let's talk about leaving again, going to another spot.
So we can get another bite.
Both lures certainly create a tremendous amount of vibration.
Donkey fish.
A 1/4 ounce spoon is a real tight wobble. That's the spoon that probably catches the most fish because of just its pure size. But the one thing that I can tell you is it's still...
I just haven't had enough bites on it to figure out if they want it faster, if they want it slow.
You know, it still has to be retrieved fairly fast to keep from getting grassed up.
Together.
Versus...
I had 2 bites on it today.
Something just hit right there.
Versus the chatterbait, because of the paddle tail, I believe that it changes the nature. It has this great vibration, but it allows you to fish slower than you would traditionally fish a spoon. So if you have high barometric pressure, you have a cold front that's come through like all the guys are dealing with today, maybe a slower presentation, something that's in their face for just a little longer, maybe that's the way to go.
And oftentimes these guys will adjust their chatterbait trailers to allow it to float higher in the water column.
It looks so good both
or ride lower.
I'm like a little pinball. I cast over here, cast over there, back over here.
And with kind of an oversized swim bait with a bigger boot tail on it, that'll give a lot more drag in the water, a lot more vibration, and it'll keep that chatterbait a little higher than another swim bait that might be just an inch or 2 shorter than that.
Yeah. And you know when
I feel this chatterbait vibrating all the way down to my toes.
And you got braid all the way on, don't you? Yeah, you really feel it with the braid.
When we heard Brandon talk about cutting the head down, making the tail a little shorter, boy, is he going to be surprised when he sees his Aldanes throwing 7-inch.
Well, what you saw when he put that redfish in the live well and the rods that were leaning up,
I ain't got a
Same
choice.
swim bait
I will
that
have to
Zaldain's throwing was there.
come
so
to there and
obviously
there because
he's
I
trying-
can't
he's
run that.
giving them
I can't run that.
heads up.
I'll have to come on the outside and figure out where to dump in. It's up here, I think.
Is that? Yeah, it's this.
Let me see that ditch. Yeah, I can take that ditch.
Yeah.
So I'll take that ditch up and around and then come and dump in here.
Yep. What is that line there? That's weird.
Which one?
This one.
I know, my
Isn't that
machine's been
weird?
doing that, dude. And I don't understand what those things are, what they're even supposed to mean.
It's almost like it missed. It just connected two dots.
I know. I don't know what that thing's doing.
We don't have quite the conversing
Man, that band. On San
and
Antonio band?
that
No,
confidence
this is Corpus Christi band.
and the
Coming up.
giddy up
Yeah, she's gonna be
that we've
brutal.
had in the past by this team. So
She's gonna make us pay for every pound that's in that. For every pound in that live
We may
well.
lose some weight.
She's
They
gonna
might regurgitate crap out of there.
She's gonna spank us for every pound in that live well.
I still have confidence that any two casts can change the day for them.
Yeah. And they are, you know, what's going through their mind. I don't. They're ahead of their
You get older.
the pace they were on last year.
Yeah.
When they won the
Things start
tournament
getting cut off.
by a couple of pounds.
My pro tip of the day: use sunscreen
But
when
you
you
know
can.
how we talk about, you know,
When you can.
success breeds success, and even if you're catching trout and small redfish, you have confidence in what you're using. You know, is the right thing, and you're in the right zone, and it's just a matter of time till you get the right bite. Well, if you're not getting bites, then you start questioning everything. Is it the spot? Is it what we're using? Is it our approach? Are we running the trolling motor too much? You know, is the grass and the windrows a problem? You know, you start questioning
Convinced
everything.
The world would be a better place if there were more hook sets in it.
Well said, Brandon. Well said.
It just makes you happy.
You know, when I fished that tournament out of Port Mansfield in August, Ronnie, the one thing that I told my partner who lives in Port Mansfield and is a guide there, one thing I told him, I said, Bub, you haven't lived till you've fished a real sanctioned event. And you have guys that come from out of town, not fishing here every day, and what ends up happening is, I've seen it happen to me in my own backyard. I've seen it happen to Jeff Page, who guides in Sarasota. I've seen it happen in his. And it's amazing how good a lot of these teams are in the fact that they come to your backyard and open up a can of whoop on you. You know what I mean? And it's amazing how you really learn about your fishery and about the things that maybe you're overlooking or you're not adjusting to. And it makes a better fisherman out of you as a whole when another 5 teams or 10 teams come and they kick your butt, you know?
That's why Brandon Polinick's mentioned
Figured
he's
out which
done
one of
that
them homes you gonna buy?
his whole life coming from Idaho. Everywhere is he's going to someone else's backyard. And Chris Zaldain, even from the west coast of California,
I don't know.
coming to just east.
Yeah.
Thinking we might have to roll back by to the trailer park.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sitting here thinking that comment that I just said came in reference to what Kevin Akins is going through. Here he is in his backyard.
Yeah.
And he's got guys, you know, pushing the button on him pretty hard right now.
And there'll be a point in time where maybe the history hasn't worked out for him the first 2 days, but they'll make a decision tomorrow with different conditions. We'll have 3 days of different wind directions or conditions, and there may be something that clicks that Kevin's like, while we're here, let's fish there, and they catch one key fish. Like we said, that's only 20% of your limit for a bass angler. That can make a difference. But history here, if it contributes one of your two, that's 50% of your day, and that's what they need. They might need tomorrow because they're still in it. But Cook and Aiken are on that line of they're going to have to catch a bag tomorrow.
Yeah, the biggest bag, and then you got to have the other guys ahead of them fall a little short of what their average has been. And then it becomes interesting.
Our wind starting, I'm thinking, maybe to modulate just a little bit at this point, as expected at this time of day.
That's too big of a word for me, Tommy.
Modulate?
Is it going up or down?
Oh, come on. That means it's kind of wobbling. Wobbling. No, that means it's going down, I think, or backing off a little bit. Adams and O'Connell still in charge right now. Rickard and Zaldain, you saw him making another move just a few minutes ago, still kind of searching for something there to up their total a little bit. Aiken, Cook, White, Mills, Moreno, and Favre round out our top 5. We got less than an hour and a half fishing time, counting travel. We'll be right back.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Our 10 teams have rounded the big turn there. They are headed for home. We're past the halfway point by a couple of hours in this tournament. 3 days of fishing at the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. Second edition. First edition was 2021, last year. Defending champions Ryan Rickard, Chris Zaldain in the field here. In fact, they are in second place as it stands right now, having a little bit less luck at finding just the right ones on day 2 as they had on day number 1. But there's the team in charge right there.
Eddie Adams, Sean O'Connell. Very, very seasoned professional redfish team. They got over 35 wins amongst the two of them and probably over 100 top 5s.
A couple of 50-year-olds have been in this game a long, long time, and they have shown that when they find something that works, they know how to exploit it. They know how to stay with it.
That's a good fish.
They've won the World Series Redfish Championship out of Delacroix or Cocodrie, no, Delacroix, the last 2 years in a row, Tommy. So, I mean, they're used to dealing with high stakes and big pressure.
That's one. That's a real one.
And you can see it. You can see it in their demeanor. You know, they don't get too wound up, too excited.
Yeah, baby. That's the one.
That's a good.
Kind of two different personalities, though.
Yeah.
Eddie's, like you say, he's a machine. He never stops. He never stops casting. He does. I haven't seen him stop to take a drink of water or a bite of a sandwich or anything. He just keeps going. And Sean O'Connell's kind of the,
he's a
strategizer and so forth.
Yeah.
We're on the drift closer, kind of off of our line that we've been on. So we're just making, one last drift, I believe, before we probably have to head in with this wind because we're getting a little beat up, on the way back in. But, again, this line has been good to us. We're going to try to get, hopefully, 2 more good bites, get 1 good upgrade, and we're in good shape. So that is the plan, and I'm sticking to it. And I think that's what Eddie's going to do.
Yeah. Had that hot breaker, man.
Yeah, we had that good fish in that last drift. We had that fish that was about between 9 1/4, 9 1/2, and about a quarter over. It's part of doing this game. It's going to happen.
Yeah,
but
no big shock. I would have over.
No.
Happens every day.
Exactly. But hopefully we get another 8-pounder. If we get another 8-pounder, we go in there, we feel real good. I mean, I'm pretty confident that we're definitely in the game still with what we have. Should be up there near the top. These guys might, they needed a good weight to come back on us. But like I said, 1 good bite away, and I think we might stay in that top spot. So someone's really going to have to bring it. So all we can do is keep on keeping on. We're gonna do it.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on. We're gonna do it.
You said it, Tommy. I mean,
get us another bite, man.
I gotta get a bite.
We're in the zone right now.
Eddie's very agile for as big a guy as he is. You know,
Oh,
he's just
man,
so
yeah,
fluent. There's no
he makes
wasted
it look,
motion.
Makes it look effortless. You're right. He's got an economy
Yeah.
of movement there. He knows how to
look
make
at
it
this.
efficient.
A loon.
Yeah, I saw him before.
You see that loon right there? Just coming to say hello.
And again, you know, we've talked about
look at
this
him. He's looking-
a few times
he's got
today. One of them is fishing rod
big
tip up
perch.
with a
Yeah.
jig
Oh, there he goes.
head
Found him
with a
one.
4-inch soft plastic. The other one is fishing weedless, less weight, and rod tip down. So you have one bait that's under the surface, darting left and right with the weedless presentation. And then you have the jig head with the soft plastic. You have the vibration of the paddle tail, but then you have the jig head making it up and down, more like a drop in and then hop out, a hopping motion.
No, that's a bag. Turtle killer.
You know, and that's certainly a very, very effective way because they're in first place, for sure.
Answer me this question, Captain Rick. Why is the black and chartreuse the Texas color?
You know, I don't know. They call it the Cockahoe minnow in Louisiana, but you know, I think everything in Texas and in Louisiana, maybe just because of the clarity of the water, seems to have a two-color combo. You have black and chartreuse tail. You may have purple, the LSU color, purple and chartreuse tail. Now, this summer I saw when I was in Port Mansfield, I saw red with white tails, you know, something dipped, and also a blue with a white tail with a lot of glitter. So, you know, the one thing I can tell you is the Texans love the bright, solid color tail, not translucent. That tail is 100% blocked out.
Opaque.
Yeah, and certainly having a dark color with a light color, you should be able to blend in or obviously be seen. You know, they want for sure that fish to see it. You know, it's not anything about being stealthy. They want to say, well, okay, we saw it, he ran from it, okay, he didn't like it, we can make an adjustment to that. You know, versus if you have something that's translucent and you're not getting bites, and you're questioning whether are they really seeing it in this water that maybe is just a little cloudy because of all the wind that they're experiencing.
Nope, trout. He hit me hard though.
These guys have impressed me for 2 days.
Gotta
They've
go
just
through
been
these to get
jacking
down.
fish every place they go.
What's crazy is how they could dial in the same region of this 85+ mile parameter of body water, and that's just straight line 85 miles. We didn't count the west bays and everything like that, but they dialed it in where they're near their nearest competitor in general region.
Yeah.
Check them fish on while you take them.
Yet they're catching
what's that?
Just a slight
I was gonna
better
say, check the
sized
fish
average.
And I believe, Ronnie, the reason that is because one, they're doing these long drifts, but then number two, there's no doubt in my mind that they're fishing a foot deeper water, if not 2 feet.
He's been doing it a long time.
So they're in a place where they could potentially have a class of fish that's just larger in general versus guys like Goodwine and Palnick. You know, they may be fishing in 18 or 24 inches of water, and it's just not supporting a 28-inch fish, a 29-inch fish. You got to catch a few fish that are over to be around the right size to get that 8.5, 9 pounder.
And you mentioned it, it's not a luck thing because the deal is with fishing, these guys are very good. We obviously, they have to dial it in and figure it out, but the odds of a big one in deeper water is more prevalent, you're saying?
Yeah, 100%.
Adams and O'Connell there, I mean, at the pace they're on now, they're set to go over 45, towards 46 or 47 now. The winning weight was what, 43 and change last year.
Pleasantly
so,
surprised.
Yeah. The size, maybe the number's not as big as last year. The size seems to be larger. We don't have Such here to crunch the numbers. Ronnie's too busy doing other things.
A little size always matters, Tommy.
Absolutely. You cannot argue with that. No way you can do that.
Coming from an Irish guy.
Let's welcome in a big name in entertainment here in the fishing industry. There he is, Dave Mercer. Got that, Dave? That is a great hat. That is one great hat right now. And you are out on the sand, back on the beach again. What is going on out there right now?
Correction, Tommy, not back on the beach. Have not left the beach since I left you guys. But nothing says more about the beach than, I mean, you go to the beach, things, they're synonymous with the beach, building sandcastles, and I've been working on this bad boy all day long here today. Well, really, it's not me. It's some skilled people. Sir, can I talk to you?
No way.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you, sir?
I'm here for a redfish tournament. Are you a big redfish fan, or?
Big bass fan.
Come on.
Bassmaster, yeah.
Wow.
I followed the old G-Man. So, shout out to our friend Gerald Swindle up there from Gunnersville, Alabama. So, yeah.
What is going on here?
Right now we are doing a one-day sandcastle or sand sculpting competition, which is another form of art here on the beach, as you can tell, where a lot of amateurs, youth, and semi-pros and master sculptors get together and have a little one-day competition. Normally we have 2 or 3 days to do these, but today's just an 8-hour one day, and so it's kind of a 8:30 to 4:30, balls to the wall. So,
what is your name? I probably should have started the interview with that.
No, my name's Tyler Morris.
Tyler, good to meet you.
I was just so shocked to see you here, of all places. So.
I didn't want to meet this. I'm a big sandcastle fan,
I'm a big bass fan, so we got something in common.
Well, that's good. See, the two worlds are combining, guys. What kind of sick individual gets into a kind of sculpting that is going to be gone in well, I mean, there's probably some teenagers live in town and rush down here tonight to smash them, I would imagine.
You go about a mile down this way, whenever there's no barriers, that'll happen 30 minutes after you leave. We know it. We sculpt these with the full intention for them to be destroyed by a kid or anybody. So that's one good thing is that sand goes up, it will come down. So we do this intentionally knowing that's going to happen.
So. Could I smash it? I mean, I don't want to. I can't do that. That'd be too easy.
4:30 your game.
4:30.
4:30 is the judging. So after 4:30, after it's judged, you can do whatever you need to do.
So if I can get the weigh-in done quick, I can come down here and smash this sandcastle.
Give you free honors to smash it down.
Okay, take me for a tour. Can you get time? Let's go. He's our tour guide now, guys. What do we got here? We got a little Pop Goes the Weasel.
Pop Goes the Weasel, and this is Lauren Waldo. She's a semi-pro, and she's competed at Texas Sand Fest, which is the largest sand sculpting event in the country, I believe, twice, as well as up in Michigan. So she's here today just to have a good day, see where we can go, try something new. So,
is this something that, Laura? Is this something that you've been into your whole life? Like, how do you go from getting a bucket and building a mound to building art?
We were on vacation in Florida. We wanted to build a sandcastle to take a big family picture, and well, we didn't know how to build one, so we YouTubed it, and that's how we learned initially. And then last summer, I think it was July, our daughter wanted a unicorn sandcastle. I did the castle, Tyler sculpted the unicorn, and then all these people started coming by. Hey, do y'all compete in Sandfest? We're like, what's Sandfest? So after that, we had a month to really figure it out, and we competed the first Sandfest in October. We placed, did it again, we placed again, and along the way we've met some really incredible people that have taken us under their wing, shown us what to do, really helped us out. So in a year's time, here we are.
So you're saying Sandfest? Sandfest basically the Bassmaster Classic of sandcastle competitions?
Absolutely. That is a 30,000, 40,000 people event. This beach is full. There's master sculptors, semi-pro, advanced amateur divisions, youth, and guppy. And there's hundreds of sculptures out here to look at with hundreds of vendors and live music, big stage going. It's awesome. It's a really fun time. If you've never been, you need to come.
Who's the Gerald Swindle of Sandcastle building?
Today, it would be right down here. Let's go meet him.
Let's go meet him real quick, because we're going to go meet him. Just look at some of this stuff. It's amazing the amount of work that is put into this. And this all started as just a fun thing to do. This is a way for them to remember, because initially there was no contest, there was no nothing. They'd just come here and they would just meet and build these sandcastles. And this Sand Bash is a way to remember that. And who am I meeting right now?
This is the Gerald Swindle of sand sculpting right here. This is Albert Lucio Jr., which is a master sculptor. And these guys are hands down
so
amazing to watch.
I'm the coordinator of the event, and the idea is to have that, like you said, that old school feeling of just coming out on the beach and having fun, and this gives us an opportunity to build and have fun. Yeah.
Will there be a winner here this afternoon, and what will they win?
Yeah, there'll be a couple winners, so we have different categories. So there will be a winner in solo, a winner in teams. They'll get some nice medals that were donated by Mr. Tyler Morse over here. To the event. Again, old school, having fun, and then you get bragging rights, right, till next year.
Wow, incredible. Well, let's have a look at some of these incredible sandcastles. And guys, man, what an incredible play. Oh, we got more here.
This is Albert, his father, Senior, Albert Lucio Senior, which is also a master sculptor, and both of their work you've probably seen. Actually, I believe the Los Angeles Dodgers going to the playoffs, they did the huge sculpture, 30-foot sculpture outside their stadium, and it's really impressive to learn from these guys. That's a big deal while we're here, is learning from these masters.
Very cool. You better get back there. I saw some guy in a Phillies jersey. I think he's about to smash your sandcastle. Thank you very much. Bassmaster fans everywhere you go, including Texas Sand Bash. Who knew? I can't wait to get down here to smash these this afternoon at 4:30. The smashing will begin.
Dave, thank you so much. Dave Mercer covers the waterfront for us like no one else. And there was one question I wanted to ask Dave. Maybe he has to go now, but Dave, just one question for you. When you buy a hat like that, do you get a free bowl of soup?
Yes. No, I better go ask him.
You know the quote, right, from the movie Caddyshack, right? Yeah. That's my favorite quote from Caddyshack.
I hate that movie, and Bill Murray's not funny at all, just to upset people on the internet.
I just love the fact of how the lid, the front part of the hat, up and down, up and down. It's like a hood, you know, at a Jiffy Lube.
That's the way you cover sandcastles. Do it fast before they all disappear, because they're going away in 30 minutes. We heard about that. Thank you, Dave Mercer. Good stuff. From the beach, man, stayed on the beach all day and got the job done.
Port Aransas is not only home to great red fishing, but a huge conglomerate of bass fishing fans. I know I met some in South Texas when I was down there for a saltwater event. I had people message me wanting to be at camera boats this week to be a part of this, that they love the Bassmaster side and redfish. So Port Aransas, Port A just seems the place to be if you want to have fun or catch fish.
It's a super place. We had evidence all week long here, and these 2.5 days we've had so far, 2 3/4 days as we get closer to the 1 hour left.
Oh boy.
Mark.
Look at that fish run drag.
Oh boy. Where you at?
Still haven't seen a fish over 8.5 pounds yet running.
That's the drag.
Whereas we saw maybe 2 of them yesterday.
Were they over 8.5?
8 to 8.5.
Yeah. So we haven't seen that 9 barrier broken yet.
Taylor and Moore. 13 pounds plus in the live well, so they're staying in touch.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Put the poles up.
Must be a good fish. Copeland is not a big talker.
You're up.
Oh yeah.
Control.
That's a signature move of a big redfish. Under the boat, out the other side, under the boat, back out the other side.
That's a stud.
That's what I got bit by. Same class.
Hang on. Almost there. All right. Ooh, come on, doggy.
All right. I just missed this bite. My partner picked me up big time.
Come
so
on.
I fish with him. That's funny, isn't it? Come on, measure for us. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There you go, guys. There you go.
Oh, he's.
It's perfect.
If he's almost over pinching right there, yeah, you need to.
Don't think about it, guys. Put him in the well.
Yeah. That's your advice?
Perfect pinch out. There it is.
You're going to push that to 27.5 inches.
Oh yeah, he settles down. He's in there all
good.
day. Hell yeah. Great fish. Great fish. Oh, sorry. Sorry about the cussing.
Come on, baby. Get that little guy out of there.
That's an 8-pounder.
Say 7 3/4. That's what we came to Texas for, baby. Big upgrade. Last minute.
Come on, we need one more of those.
So I just upgraded 3 pounds.
Over 3 pounds, yeah.
That's incredible. Up with us.
That's a big bump.
Yeah, you're clear now.
Yeah, baby.
Good job. A couple more. Come on. We need to get the match.
Big moment there for that team.
That puts them down from 6th or 7th up into 4th and within shouting range of the top 2 or 3.
Absolutely.
They need one more of those, like they said, that'll get them around that 15-pound mark. They'll be within 1 fish of the lead tomorrow.
Definitely in the conversation. Kevin Aiken and Drew Cook still giant in. They've had a couple of oversized. The last few times we checked in with them.
That looks more better size-wise.
2-4. We're hooked up again. Oh, Drew's got me going today. My partner is in full-on wanting to try to win this tournament mode right now. Just watch that bow eye.
Isn't that
Good
more
job,
better?
bub. Heck yeah. It's an upgrade for sure. I'm gonna get the boat, go let you handle him.
Ain't nowhere near as good as it looked out there.
What we're doing is we're just throwing that black and chartreuse gulp and just out there just covering water with it, hopping it around, and Drew's been doing a great job today of getting bit. I'm not, but he's a great fisherman. This is an upgrade for us. For our day, this is pretty huge.
You hear that thing?
Grunting?
Yeah.
Notice the sun's come out, Tommy.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's in
There's
sun
the
now.
And the big fish started biting.
Is it still there?
Take a, yeah.
Here.
Take a
I'm
little
gonna
bit
go
of
ahead
weight
and
off.
grab
Put an 8-pounder in the well.
There you go. Well, 6 1/4.
Fish is thick.
Still an
all the way
upgrade for us.
through.
There's an upgrade.
He said it was okay to put 3 in here and until we're calling, right?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
So they got almost a 7 and one that's 6 1/4.
Whoa. Hey, I released him back in the live well for you.
You're releasing the right one.
Come here, dude. Little 5-pounder that Drew's had in the live well all day. We'll let him go. He'll be happy about that, not taking a ride across that Corpus Bay. Massive, Drew. Good job, dude.
Thank you. Gotta get mo. Need mo.
Yep.
More bigger. More better.
I'm gonna sit with him for just a second, okay?
All right.
Should give them about a 1/2 pound upgrade, which will put them at
He is the
13
man.
and change.
I've been telling everybody that since that guy stepped in the boat.
4 pounder back.
Does that put him in 4th place in front of Taylor and
3rd,
Moore?
Yeah,
There's about a 2 pound gap from them to Taylor and Moore. That's what Taylor need. They need another one, no doubt, today.
Hey, told you by 5 days I'd eventually find you some redfish. Good job, Drew, dude. Good job.
You know, one of the things Kevin said.
You got any more of them blackens?
Yeah, they're back there in this box right behind him. I'll get one for you in a second. I'm gonna cool this water off a tick. Hey.
Kevin said, Tommy, that it takes him about 5 days to get on them, to get it figured out. Because he's got so much territory to find.
Yeah, he's got too much history.
Yeah.
Too many spots to fish. Yeah. But they have moved up the leaderboard on the strength of that one right there in 3rd place now. Kevin Aiken and Drew Cook. Richard and Zaldane hanging in there in 2nd place. And Adams and O'Connell, Eddie and Sean still on top with 31 pounds, 2 ounces. We take a quick break and we come right back.
Live coverage of the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is presented by Skeeter Boats.
Got another half hour of live coverage to bring you from here. Port Aransas, Texas. We're inside the massive barrier island there. And what great opportunities, what great fishing. What a place full of life here at the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. Team from Louisiana, Eddie Adams, Sean O'Connell on top of our leaderboard right now with 31 pounds and 2 ounces. Our defending champions, the one putting up the best fight right now. Ryan Rickard, Chris Zaldane, having a better afternoon than they had in the morning, looking a lot better than they did midway through this day. We just saw Aiken and Cook do an upgrade there, improve their position as well.
Captain Rick, 15.5 pounds a day is what the leaders have right now. If they caught 15 tomorrow, I mean, how far back do you think these guys, is 4th too far back? Is 4 or 5 pounds too far back? I mean, they're going to have to slip if these guys want to get in there.
I think the 3rd place or 4th place guys are going to have a monster day, and I think you're going to have the leaders have a little bit of a slippage.
Yeah, 12 and a half, 13.
Yeah, and if they stay consistent, then what you'll see happen is, you know, that you can't catch it. But that's the cool part about a 3-day format. Things change, the weather's gonna change again. It'll be the 3rd time in 3 days they're faced with different things. You know, Adams and O'Connell, they have been, and Aiken and Cook, they're setting up these monster Texas drifts. And that's where you put out a sea anchor and you drift for 3 or 4 miles across the right depth of water where you think that big fish is living. What's going to happen to them tomorrow when you have light winds and you don't have the ability to drift? Or you do drift, but you're not covering the ground as quickly or as fast. So that also has a tendency to really mess with your mental psyche, because you don't feel like, oh, I'm not moving, I'm not covering as much ground. You look down at the same black spot and you see it twice in 4 casts, you know you're not moving. So, you know, it could change that leaderboard a little bit, and it could play into Zaldane and Rickard once again, because those guys have an area, a trough that we've, I think, dissected through a drone shot. And that could work out really well because they're power pulled down and they're blind casting, fan casting, changing up different types of lures, and then they move 150 feet, and then they do it again and do it again, and they work that, you know, that flat from one end to the next, casting downwind, covering as much ground as they possibly can, and that could work well into their hand with the slick calm conditions or super calm conditions, and maybe not slick calm. Boy, you got to feel the pain for Roy and Logan. Just not even, they've caught a lot of little small fish today. and no keepers. And that is just, it's bone crushing, you know.
Yeah. We need him to catch one. We're pulling for him. Yeah, we don't want
We
to,
certainly
we
do.
want to see him go across that weigh-in stage today.
You know, and I know how painful that is. I've lived that, and I can tell you, they're still dressed in their coats, and they, you know what I mean? It's not comfortable. It's cold, that cold north wind.
What's that?
Sometimes you just want these kind of days just to be over.
Healthy. I'm gonna turn this and let us go out a little bit. Try something we haven't been through.
You know, Ronnie, I'm really surprised that we haven't seen the popping cork and the short leader scented plastic game. I'm really, really, really surprised that we haven't seen more of that, especially because a lot of these guys are fishing guys.
And the popping cork that we have seen work effectively, it was just in the morning. It's just died off every afternoon, every midday.
Yeah. I mean, Mills was throwing one. I think he still is throwing one, and you know, catches a fish with it. But
wow, yeah.
Fill it up a bad.
No, I see the one that needs to be pulled.
Yeah, Moreno and Favre and Mills and White have been pretty quiet after holding a second and third place spot early this morning.
And listen, it's easy to be the quarterback sitting in the studio. It really is. To say what they should be or doing or not doing. You know, when you're not there, you're not feeling the pain. Here you got Drew Cook pulling in the sea anchor, which is
how too, huh?
Occupational
how
hazard.
they slow themselves down.
So a couple of our teams reset a little bit closer to the weigh-in for their last hour of fishing.
I'm right here. I got it.
Another pole. Need a new line anyway.
That's the one I needed. That got him.
Back out to.
Did you say live? Take him home.
Be a lot of people from Louisiana be upset with you if that fish goes back.
Yeah, releasing it.
A big Johnny Trout.
They don't have spikes, do they?
What'd you say?
They don't have spikes, do they?
No, they
Just
don't have
in their
spikes,
mouth?
but they got two fangly teeth, buddy.
Look at that thing, dude. Look at the colors on that thing.
That's a healthy one.
It is a healthy one. It's almost like everything on this stretch is healthy. Look at the orange in his.
Boy, if he knew how cool it was to throw a big top water and catch one, watch him blow up on that.
Nothing like a trout.
He may
in the
quit bass
streams.
fishing if he figured that out.
Hey, it's not this one, right? It's not this one. It's the next one down, right? Cove? I think it's the next one down.
It's the next opening down.
Okay.
They've had to move. A little shake and bake going on there, Tommy, today.
A lot more mobile today than they were yesterday.
Uh-oh. No.
You sure?
That's a red.
Dude, you sure? Oh no, we don't even have the freaking net out, bro. Step up, step up, step up.
We're good, bro. We're good.
You
We're
sure?
good. It's not huge. Uh-oh, maybe. I don't think so, dude. I think it's 4. Dude, there's a lot of fish on this stretch, dude. Like a lot. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Nah, that's a 4-pounder.
He's more than 4, bro. 100%. He's not 6, I don't think, but he's more than 4.
It's pretty. It's a pretty one.
Got him.
Oh shoot. That's a pretty fish.
It's 5 pounds. Unprepared. No net out. Chris has 2 casts and catches 2 fish. I don't know what the frick I'm doing.
If it was the right one, it would have taken a lot longer.
I'm just sitting here watching the show. That was out in the open, too.
It was, dude. Just rando.
I like
it. There's a lot of fish on this stretch,
I like it, dude.
Like, how many fish did we caught like a dozen in that one spot.
Yeah, we did. We ain't even to that spot yet.
No, I know.
We didn't catch any through this stretch, which makes me wonder, did they get pushed here
from
all these boats?
Let's just go ahead and coal up, why don't we?
Let's
here?
go ahead and coal up one good time.
Yeah.
So Tommy, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but they said at the weigh-in that if they win, if they repeat, Ryan's gonna go ahead and grow the mustache, and Chris is gonna go ahead and grow the beard, so they'll both have goatee.
All right. Okay.
It'll be team goatee next year.
I would welcome that.
Tommy's been known to sport some facial hair on the side.
I'm switching.
Yeah. I can look as grizzled as the next guy.
A little bit twisted, a little too twisted.
The facial hair you had was to cover up from the procedure to make you look like Tony Romo years ago, but they've healed very well. They've healed very well.
I decided I'd rather look like Edward G. Robinson.
Both of those fish were from out, right?
Out, just kind of random casts.
I gotta say, I'm impressed with all the teams, you know, hanging tough, because this kind of day can be so defeating in regards to just the wind blowing on you. It's cold, there's no sun. You know, we all, especially the Florida guys, you know, we're like lizards or chameleons. We want that sun on us, you know.
Yeah, you need some radiation.
Yeah, it doesn't shine through.
Wind blowing in your ears all day will make you a little bit addled also. You know, you just get tired of it.
It's just not, it takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah.
Lots of bait flickering around. There's definitely a lot more cloud to the water, but I mean, I don't know that matters.
Well, I think with that vibration you got going on, I think that's going to be no worries in this kind of clarity. They're feeling that thing. It actually will make the bite better because they're not able to see it to turn off of it,
and they're just
going to go eat it.
Just crush it.
Yeah.
No spinnerbait, Rick? Is that the grass?
It was weird. It felt weird.
Tangling up in the blades and messing it up more so than a big paddle tail or a chatterbait where you can clear it much easier?
Yeah, for sure it does clear much easier. And then, you know, I noticed there when I was looking at his knot,
yeah, you had that going on.
He had trimmed that knot real close and real tight. A lot of guys like to leave a little bit hanging off, you know.
On that cast?
I did, because it pulled my pants
down. That's going to also help him with having less weeds. And they're not rigging it weedless like you would put, you know, on a Texas rig where you're going to put the point of the hook back into the plastic.
Oh, it's just exposed. It's just right above the surface. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's got a little slot in the back that it can just hang in and.
Exactly.
That was like oysters or something.
I'm feeling that tickiness.
Good.
Yeah, I'm feeling that tickiness.
It feels so good through here. It's almost like rock almost.
It's like that felty grass. It was like a felty grass that's hard.
That's what it is, isn't it?
Yes, that hard
Yes,
felt grass.
you're
I don't even know
right.
what
Kinda
I don't
like
even
a
know what it
sponge.
is.
It's probably like a type of sponge.
It probably is a type of sponge, and that's why there's fish here holding on that freaking reprieve.
No, you're right. That's right. Where you caught that 9, it was that spongy stuff.
Yes.
I'll bet you crabs everything lives in there.
Mm-hmm. You kind of see a sand hole right there, right in front of us, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Wow, this is a good little stretch right now. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not dirty. I mean, it's not trashy.
Zach, you know what time it is, buddy? What is it? 1:46.
One whole hour till we gotta idle in. Like perfect. I mean,
kind of stay on drift a little bit. Till
yeah,
you get there,
exactly.
till I
Just
get
move.
there.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving. Did you catch one here the other day on Mag or no? On this spot?
That is all spooning. Wasn't it?
Well, I caught the big one on this, on the paddle tail.
It was all spooning because we were bumping oysters.
Yeah, the big one I caught on paddle tail for sure.
Yeah.
I had just switched to it.
So it's ironic that Rickard said that he felt like his weakness in his fishing game was the staying in an area too long. And then Zaldane said
Turtle grass and sponge.
certainly letting the dock talk get in his head.
Unlike anything we fished today, or all week even.
And then Kevin Aiken fishing with Drew Cook. Kevin said one of the things he thinks gets him going is sometimes he'll get all spun up. And what he meant by that was he'll get all wound up about a variety of different things, maybe feeling like, oh, well, I made this decision, but didn't really think that decision through. Then he turns around and goes back to where he was, and then he realized he left.
Like
starts
just a
questioning
little outside of you.
everything.
I don't know if that means anything, but
Overthinking it, in other words.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Versus
Almost on that
Drew
line right there.
Cook's weakness
I guess we're even
is
further
the
out
cold
too. All right.
weather.
It's just random.
He does not like it when it's cold. But he's had a pretty good stick today. Kevin's been bragging on the
hooked
fact
up
that
some good redfish today.
Yeah, he's kept them in the game.
Third place currently, just under 13 pounds. Unofficially, may have 13 pounds.
I can't wait to see Drew with his eyesight tomorrow, with the sun being out and less wind. And if Kevin's got some of those big ponds, those big deeper areas where the fish have a tendency to float, that could work into their program pretty well. It could be our sleeper, like we had last year. We had a team go from day one, they were in 8th place, had a good day 2, just a consistent day 2, and then sure enough, had the biggest bag of the 3 days.
The good part is, even though there's boats up here, they've been all sitting for a bit.
Yeah,
So
no,
even if
they're
they
just
came
chilling,
through,
yeah.
at least these fish
Yeah.
had a chance to settle back down what we're about to go through.
Yeah.
These guys,
Right in the middle of that, right where it kind of gets in that middle.
Like on the bottom side.
He's on
of
the
it.
on the far down side. Yeah, but we caught more of them up here.
Yeah.
so they must have, Rickard and Daldane must have fished this when we were on our break, because I don't remember seeing this setup or this profile in the last 2 days, where the shoreline is on their right instead of on their left with the wind blowing out of the north. Well, I can tell you physically right about now, guys, they're getting tired. You know what I mean? Standing all day in that wind, and then you got Aiken and Cook still wearing their bibs, and those bibs pulling down on your shoulders.
That ain't good.
You know, you start to get
Coming right
that
at us.
burn between your shoulder blades up your neck, and it's tough.
It's all right,
It's
push 'em our
tough
way.
to stay focused.
There's a couple Elite Series pros who go by the mantra of everyone wants to catch a good fish the first hour of the morning. You take off from the ramp in the marina and you want to get to your spot and catch a good one the first hour of the morning. There's a couple pros who live by the fact of if I can catch a good fish in the last hour of the day, when everyone else is tired, when everyone else is running, when they're lackadaisical, when they're nonchalant. If I can catch one then, I know I've got an advantage over everybody else. And so some who stay focused all day, we see it pay off one or two times a year.
Right
in a big
there.
way.
You see that one?
I
It's just
do.
like glowing.
I do.
Yeah, that takes that mental toughness
Oh, it's glowing.
to stay focused for that long. You know, and not every team has pizza like Zaldane had.
Yeah.
Or homemade sandwich that Ryan had. You know what I mean? I just know from experience that fishing with all those clothes on, and you got, you know, Kevin wearing his life jacket still.
Oh yeah, I can't fish with a life jacket.
Oh, there's so many things that get in the way. Your hands are starting to hurt at this stage of the game.
There's a 9 with our name written on it
Right
right
here
now, buddy.
somewhere.
Right now. A 9 with our name written on it.
Come on, dude. Even a 7 right now would be so clutch.
I know.
A 7 is doable.
Tommy, you remember when maybe your mother or your
Northeast
grandmother
wind
used to
really
have
jacks
the
things up
saying,
for sure.
"Hope
Bass or
springs
redfish, don't matter.
eternal."
It just
Yes.
sucks.
It's the same
And
thing
with
for bass.
every
Oh,
cast,
absolutely.
that's
Is it
what
really?
Oh,
these
it's
guys
terrible.
have.
That's right.
A lot
That's
of times
right.
you got to go from like a spinnerbait or a crankbait, fast moving, to
Yeah.
just slow worming.
Yep,
It just sucks. Yeah, it sucks.
Yes, it does.
Top water bites just completely gone. Always.
Ooh, gosh,
that?
bro, right
That
here.
was an eat,
It was
dude.
absolutely an
Like
eat.
right here, right?
Yes, right here.
Oh,
Like whatever that was, just got
Trout.
tried to get.
That was an eat for sure.
Let me just put us down for a second right here.
Yeah, that was an absolute eat.
Go back to spoon diggity.
Along those lines, everyone I've ever known who's fished a lot of tournaments has got
Get
a
'em,
story
dude.
about the last
You know the
cast of the day.
cast.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yes.
making a difference.
Yes.
Gosh, I'm ticking that stuff
Oh, are
big
ya?
time.
Good stuff, huh? Gotta make a cast over there. That dude's rolling up where you caught that 9 right there,
Sure
right?
is,
Around
yep.
that point.
That's where the other guy just left, though.
Oh, man.
You know, that's the other thing. A lot of times when you're fishing in these tournaments, you look over at a spot you're thinking you might want to move to,
Man, if
and
they're
you
like
see
live bait
somebody
fishing,
near
they clean the
there.
house.
If they're live bait fishing, they probably
And
did.
Yeah.
So there's always, well, like Ryan just said, that guy just left there. But
What were
that
they,
guy,
is it like live shrimp? Is that what they
I don't
live
know.
bait?
I don't know. The guy that was at the ramp the other day was
he's
talking
not
about how
fishing
they.
in the Redfish Cup.
He's like, my clients don't know. Because he's talking about his clients
Maybe
can't
he
figure
was
things out. He's
fishing
like, I tell
shrimp.
him, just let the bait sit
Maybe he
there,
was
just let him
fishing
come
some
sniff it
kind
out.
of
It's
bait
just
on the
dead bait.
bottom.
So,
And he's
I
left
guess they
there.
choke here. I don't know.
Sounds
But
like fun.
the scent of what he was fishing with is still
Sounds
there.
like fun.
Or more importantly, what the two of them is
stab mines with
throwing
needles
maybe
and do
has
that
a little
crap.
more sex appeal than what the guy who just left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to have, again, you got to have the confidence that,
Soaking cut bait,
you know,
scrolling
you're in
Instagram,
second
that's
place
fishing.
and defending champions for
Tell
a
Mike
reason.
that. He'd love it.
And you should be able to go behind a
Good
guy
luck.
and catch something his
He's all
leftover.
about that
That's
friggin'
right.
bait.
That's a
I'm
great
like, dude,
point.
why do you want to use bait? Why do you
Because
want to
the
use
great
some
ones can
imitation
do
bait
that.
when I use real thing? I'm like, dude, that is so garbage.
Yeah.
He's like, I hate artificial.
You just roll real hard, roll up.
You're crazy, bro.
Push. About where that, between here and where that mullet just jumped right there. And as soon as it hit the water, I started walking it, and he did it. Wasn't hesitation. He just saw it and did it. Like trout right there, though. Like when they jump, the reds jump out of the water and hit it, land on it. It's not good.
Running up against the end of our time on the air with Bassmaster Live on this second day coverage. Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup. Guys got about 45 minutes before weigh-in begins. Set to begin at 2:45 local time. Subtract travel time, so they may have as little as 10 or 15 minutes, some of them, depending on how far away they are. We're going to be back tomorrow, though, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1, and we'll have 4.5 hours. Whoa, on FS1, Fox Sports app for you to enjoy tomorrow.
You better get your pizza or your fancy sandwich
I'm
tomorrow.
going pizza.
So, yeah.
If you got a slice left over, bring with it, because
You
it's
better
going to be
bring
a while before you get lunch.
extra sauce for Rick Murphy.
I'm bringing it. We're going to have a meat lovers. I'm going to get a large, and I'll share with you guys because you're my in-the-studio compadres.
Weigh-in coverage beginning at 4 Eastern Time, 3 o'clock local time on Bassmaster.com. Don't forget to set your clocks back tonight so that you can be with us when we get going at the right time. 7 a.m. Central, 8 o'clock Eastern Time on FS1. Thanks so much for being with us today. Congratulations to all our anglers for getting here, and we will anxiously await the results of the weigh-in. See you tomorrow.
Yes.